A very good afternoon to all of you beautiful ladies and handsome gentlemen joining us from across Sri Lanka and around the globe in this year's take on International Women's Day celebrations by Women Techmakers Sri Lanka 2022. I'm Srividya Rakshi and I will be your host for this evening, and on behalf of all the hardworking and lovely ladies who are here with me but behind the screen, I would like to warmly welcome all of you to Women Techmakers International Women's Day Sri Lanka 2022. So this year's program lineup is themed under the theme Progress Not Perfection, and we have readied a bunch of interesting programs that focus on topics that are quite relevant to all the women who are in the technology field. So if you are interested to see our program lineup, you can always log in, not actually log in, you can visit the WTM Sri Lanka Facebook page, and there we have posted our agenda for you to see. While you are doing that, please do make sure to like the Facebook page and then include us among your favorites in your following list. That way, you can get the latest developments of WTM Sri Lanka as your updates. And if you search the thread hashtag progress not perfection, you will get the Facebook live stream in your search results. And if you wish to join us through YouTube, that is possible too. All you have to do is visit GDG Sri Lanka YouTube channel, and there you will see our live stream. And while you are at it, please do make sure to like the GDG Sri Lanka live stream, our Women Techmakers live stream, and subscribe to the channel. All right, so this year's Women Techmakers International Women's Day celebration, the Women Techmakers International Women's Day Sri Lanka 2022 would not have become a success if it weren't for our generous sponsors. We have two sponsors this year, obviously Google, who provided so generously with the budget, and then we have our silver sponsor, Fortune. So let us now see a short video clip from our silver sponsor, Fortune.
A real challenge is more than what meets the eye.
It's when
women are empowered
to dream,
to achieve,
to break the rules,
to set the standards,
to compete equally,
and to lead fearlessly.
that we challenge the norm.
When women are accepted, celebrated, recognized, and given opportunity, that's when we can expect the extraordinary. Empowered women? There's no stopping them.
All right, so again, a big thank you and a massive shout out to Fortune, our silver sponsor, and of course to Google for lending us their generous support to make this event a success. With that being said, it is time for us to commence our program. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure that you hang on tight and listen attentively also, and you have to engage actively. I will tell you the reason for that later. So today's program lineup is going to be packed. Are not going to be there with a simple Google search. So make sure that you listen attentively. So if you come up with questions during any time of our program, do not hesitate. Please do type them down and post them as comments in either the YouTube live stream or the Facebook live stream. Then our speakers will answer to your questions as the time permits. All right, again, make sure that you participate actively in the program because your active participation will be monitored throughout the program, and those who actively participate in this program, there will be a colorful pack of swags awaiting. All right, so let's see what's next up in our agenda. As you saw in the flyer, the first event up in our agenda is the keynote speech, and the keynote speech is going to be conducted under the topic Progress over Perfection, which is quite similar to this year's theme Progress Not Perfection. To deliver the keynote speech, we have a brilliant lady in tech joining us right now. She is, in fact, the founder and the chief executive officer of Luz Lab. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us now welcome on screen our keynote speaker, the brilliant and the beautiful Miss Pulani Ranasinghe. Pulani, we are elated to have you with us joining today, and we are quite excited to listen to you, what you have got to say for us in your keynote speech. So, without further ado, let's start. Over to you.
Yeah, okay. So thank you very much for that introduction. And first of all, I have to say, thanks a lot for this opportunity to deliver this speech to this wonderful crowd. And also, I'm really grateful that I got to do a keynote speech in this kind of an event because it's always special what women tech makers do. If I start with as soon as I'm invited to this topic, I was given it's the theme is progress, not perfect. So then I just to sit back and I was thinking, what is this? And of course, I have seen it a couple of times and I have seen it all over the place, but it was the first time that it really clicked me. So when I was thinking about it, and I was thinking about how about each and every one of us and about myself. And so first, um, let's say now, if we take a look at ourselves, if we take a look at our childhood, we always think about progressing, right? Not making things perfect. So, in simple words, if you mean what is perfection, it's like we are always trying to make things perfect. We are not striving, which is kind of hectic and kind of stressful. But if you take a look at progression, which means that we are going forward and also improving step by step by experiences. So if we, with this idea, if we take a look at ourselves, if we take a look at our childhood, just say just imagine a child walking, right? So if you see a little child walking, he or she just want to progress. He or she doesn't want to make it perfect at first sight. They try and try and try, and finally they make it perfect and they start walking. So if they think about walking at the very first time, and if they waited till all complete, if they didn't want to fall down, and if they did want to progress at first sight, I mean, as soon as they want to walk, if they could work, so I think that would have never worked, right? So that's why I'm saying that as a child, if we think like a child, we will always progress but not make things perfect. Now, let's take another example. Now, every one of us might have uh, passed grade one or kindergarten. So while we are in the kindergarten, so when teacher is writing something, we all are in a very hurry to write it down and show it to the teacher. So it's not the perfect one. So it might be something totally different to a letter. Maybe we might have a line instead of writing letter A. But still, I think we were very keen on showing it to someone, getting the feedback and doing it right, and writing it over and over again, like over the pages, and getting the perfect outcome at last. So if we take a look at all our lives, all of us are like that. All of us were like that instead. So we, in the learning process also, that's how we were in the early age. So if you think about, let's say, when we grow up, let's say now we are facing an exam. So the exam is having a fixed date, right? So you are studying towards exam. So assume a situation that you are given the freedom to choose a date for the exam. So definitely you wouldn't choose it on the day that the exam would be held. You will be like postponing it, and you will be thinking, I'm not ready yet. I have to make things perfect, and I have to. I'm not ready yet. I have to look into so many details, so many notes, and so many other stuff. I might fail. So instead, if the exams are not fixed and we have to fix them ourselves, I wonder like how much people will be facing the exams, because that's the nature. As we grow up, that inner child of us just slowly fade away, and we tend to make things perfect. And it's the same thing when we grow up, when we go into office, when we go into a job. And if we think about maybe performing something, if we think about doing a new thing, if you think about starting something new, so probably I think you it is very difficult, like unlike the child that you were. So when you grow up, it's entirely different, the context is entirely different, and you're quite afraid that you might not be accepted, you might saying something wrong, you might act stupid. So because of those reasons, I think people are really sort of get scared. People tend to make things perfect, not progress. So if I look back at my journey, so now it's a general background. So when I look back at my journey, I think starting my company is one of the craziest things I ever did. So if I say the long story in short, so I was, as soon as I graduated, I was going for a job because I had this dream of starting up a company. But since everyone else was going for a job, I went for a job. And after a little while, I realized this job is not. I'm not giving 100%, or my 100% is not utilized in this job. So that's when I was thinking maybe I should quit and start a company. Okay, so at that time, I was only 24 years old, I assume, as soon as I got graduated from the university. So at that time, I didn't had any experience or any, um, how to say, any solid background on like running a company, or doing a startup, or what's the how to handle people or anything. Like, it was my first step, and it was just 6 months. And that's when I take the decision to quit my job and start a company. So if I didn't take that step in uh, that stage, I still think if I continue my job, I will be doing the job, because my expectation was, I was thinking like when I'm 35, when I have more experience, when I'm more solid with the things, I'm going to start my company. But since there were few other reasons that hit me as well, so so because of that, I'm very happy that I got that decision. So when I got out from the university, sorry, from the job, I actually didn't had anything. I actually didn't had any money in my hands. I didn't had actually, most other startup owners have at least a concept. But when I just wanted to start something, I didn't have the concept in my head as well. I was having little blurry backgrounds, but not a perfect one. So that's when I started. When I look back, and if I think like, if will I do this again, it's quite puzzling for me as well, because at the time, like, if I look back, I didn't had anything. So, but the only thing I had in my mind is because as humans, I mean, like we are sort of like afraid to fail. Um, so because of that, so everyone was looking at myself, like, because, like, for example, the previous boss of the company, and he actually mentioned that it's very hard to start, and he just gave me the background of like how difficult it is to become success. So that actually really clicked my head. And also my parents were not happy when I first took the decision, but later on they cooperated me and to a great extent. So because of that, I actually didn't want to look back. I did want to go my journey forward. I wanted to make this a good company. I wanted to make it a better company that it is known by people, and where I deliver great service to the nation. And so because of that, um I worked very hard. Like, for instance, like in the first year, I woke up at around 4 a.m. and I was working at around 10 p.m. in the night, sometimes without a proper food or anything. So um, actually, like, if I look back, there weren't a much I was working on. Actually, I was like, since I didn't had that background, since I was like very new, I was gaining a lot of experiences by talking to people and by doing things, by trying things out. So actually, if I look back with today's topic, I was actually progressing at that time, but not making things perfect. So if I look at a slide deck, or if I look back at a proposal that I have made in 2017, of course I would laugh at myself. But still, I went to clients and I pitched it. So it is, I think it is what is meant by progression. So without waiting until it makes perfect. So if I waited until everything become perfect, until I have the proper experience, until I have a proper concept, or until I secure some money or something like that, I guess I would have never started, because perfection is really hard to define. If we just think about it. So let's say, like, my perfection might be very different to someone else's perfection. So so because of that, if we wait until things get perfect, it might we might have never uh, done things. So my advice is also with the same. Just try to work things out, and just try to uh, make things work without waiting until the end, without waiting until the things get perfect, and until you are 100% ready to go somewhere. So I think that's basically what I had to show you. I thought like sharing my story would be interesting. Sorry if it is not. And so I was really thinking that it might help you in some way. Just if you are thinking of something, just start. And of course, like, starting itself is not enough, because you have to work towards it. Work until you are getting better. Work until it's okay to start with even zero. It's okay to start with nothing, but you have to have that determination, but you have to have that drive to work and make things work. So that's the advice that I would give to you with the topic progress, not perfect. I would rather say progress over perfection, because when we progress over the time, we will be achieving the perfection. Not actually the perfection, we would say it's the excellence that we achieve. So in simple words, like, progress is something very fluid and open, while perfection is something rigid and inflexible, because that's a mental barrier that you put on yourself, and it's relative from person to person. So because of that, just always think like, my perfection, and like, although I thought this is perfect, it might not be perfect to someone else. Just what you're doing in a very short time, in a very accurate manner, is that what is required, not making things perfect. Like mentioned, so perfection is kind of exhausting, but progression is something that you feel energetic, that makes you feel strong, because you're getting actions as soon as possible, right? Like, just imagine, if you send a mail, like, you're getting a reply back, and either it can be good or bad, so that you can adjust the next time. So if you don't send it, until the last moment. If you want everything to be in place, it might have never worked, right? And also, in the same way, like progress is kind of transparent because you experience it as you go on, while perfection is kind of like relative concept, and it wears sort of a mask which you don't see, which others don't see. And of course, the perfection is sort of something endless because, to be honest, you will never get there, because progression is always there, because uh, it's always there, so you can easily achieve it. Like at this stage you are in is the starting point, so the next day you can go ahead with the next step. But it is very important that you progress, and that you work on it, and that you work on improving it, and you work on achieving the excellence level. So I think that is the message that I had to give to you. I think this is a great topic that you can think. There are like many material in internet. There are books written about progress, not perfect. So it's a very it's a great concept that we should adhere in order to achieve to our next level. So, my advice to you is don't wait until everything is perfect, because it will never get perfect. Just start with where you are. Just have that confidence in your mind that you can do it, and just have that strength, or just have that energy within yourself. If you do this, you can build something better tomorrow, like from the feedback, from improvements, you can take something better for tomorrow. So I think that's what I had to share. And again, I would like to thank for this wonderful opportunity, and thanks a lot for everyone for listening in. Yeah, thanks a lot, team.
Thank you so much, Phil. Okay, thank you so much, Fulani, for that wonderful and inspiring keynote. We enjoyed it a lot, and all of us here at WTN Sri Lanka wishes you the absolute best for your future endeavors. Keep on being brilliant. All right, folks, now let's see what's next up in our agenda. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you saw in the flyer, next up in our agenda, we have an intriguing number: writing code for your future self. To deliver this talk, we have Miss Dinuksha Ishwari joining us at the moment. She is a motivated, enthusiastic, and a hardworking IT professional with a keen interest in programming and coding. Dinuksha works as the Associate Technical Lead at Gapstars. So, good evening, Dinuksha. It is lovely to have you joining us this moment. So, we are quite excited to listen to you. We are excited to see what you've got for us up in your sleeve. So, let's now get into it without further ado, and the screen is yours.
All right. Thanks. I'm so happy to be here today, and good evening to everyone. Let me quickly share my screen. I hope y'all can see my screen now. So let me give a small introduction to the today's topic and about myself. I'm Dinuksha Ishwari. I work as an associate technical lead at Gapstars. And prior to joining Gapstars, I have worked as a software engineer and senior software engineer in a couple of companies. And also, I graduated around 3 years ago from SLIIT. So today I thought of talking about clean code, hence the topic writing code for your future self. So we will be looking into why the big fuss around clean code, and how we can write good code, and the benefits of actually writing good code. And this, I think, perfectly aligns with the topic we have for this event today, which is progress, not perfection. Because even myself, I don't consider myself a pro in this either. So I have been learning in the industry and from my university years as well. And I feel like even if I have been in the industry for 10 to 15 years, I still wouldn't be a pro. There's always something new to keep learning. So there's nothing called perfect code. Even if you feel like that at that particular moment, you will always, whenever you revisit it, you will have a better solution to that. That's how it works. Um, so so yeah. So why the big fuss around clean code? You might feel like as soon as you graduate and move into the industry, this is very important. Companies give so much of priority to clean code simply because we only come out with the book knowledge and we know how to solve a particular problem. But in a project which is going to be there for 10, 20 years, just simply solving that project problem is not enough. You need to do it the right way, because it's not just you, there can be multiple developers involved, and you will make everyone's life easy when you write good code. Um, so I will deep dive into the introduction. So clean code means that code is a mode of communication. To you give instructions to the computer, but there are other humans reading that as well. This is what we tend to forget, because we want to quickly somehow, there's a tendency that we have to quickly, we are just tempted to finish the project and submit, and we want to deliver. So these practices kind of get left behind, and there is no recovering from that after on. So that's why clean code is so important, and that's why we have to, whenever we are writing code, we have to take our time. We have to give utmost priority to how we write the code. So this is one of the quotes by Donald Cook. What he has said is, he says, programming is the art of telling another human what one wants the computer to do. So this is what I meant. Although you're instructing a computer on what to do, we have to always remember that there are other humans. That could be even you. After a couple of months or years, you are revisiting your code. If you don't know, if you can't make sense of what you've written, then it's not good code, and it keeps on adding to your project. So this is the typical life of a software engineer. Even if you're starting the project from scratch, you have a clean slate, right, to start on. So you're completely motivated. You're so adamant you're gonna do things the right way, so uh, it does not add any debt. So, but again, you have to remember, it's not just you. There are the developers working on it, and this is why there are something called best practices. So best practices mean that we are, say we are a company, then as a company we all follow the same practice, so that it's consistent, and even who's completely new to the domain, to the company, can make sense of what's going on in the code, even if they don't have any prior knowledge. So when you start with a clean slate, uh, different developers start building on it, and you can see after some time it's a mess that you can't recover from. You have made certain decisions, maybe you didn't have the time, you had to quickly deliver your project. So you have made certain decisions that you can't recover from. And after that, so like we all know, a software application is going to be around for at least 10 to 20 years. So going on, we have to keep introducing new features to it. We have to fix defects. So once the code becomes like what's on the right hand side on your screen, it's very difficult to recover. And even the slightest change would take so much of time to fix it. So this is why we have to give priority. We have to treat it with utmost importance, how you write the code. So next we'll look at why clean code is so important. First thing is reading is hard. Mostly, I mean, even if say you're new to the language or you could be a pro in a particular programming language, but still you do not want to keep reading lengthy code, right? You don't want to have to read the entire algorithm to understand what it's actually doing. If you can just read it, and if it's just a couple of methods that you have to go through and the methods make sense what they are doing inside, you don't even have to go inside those. You can just make sense from by just looking at that code. So reading is very hard. It's time consuming. So we have to make it as readable as possible. And then technical debt can be frustrating. So technical debt in layman's terms means that in order to expedite the delivery process, you make some decisions which actually requires you to revisit the code and refactor it. So it's not done in the most optimal way. So technical debt keeps being added on your project. And then the more the code, the higher the complexity. Obviously, if you have a very lengthy function, you don't know what it's doing. And when you want to make some changes or add a feature, especially if you have to debug to find a particular defect, it's going to be very difficult. It can be a very hectic process. So say, and imagine you have when you keep on extending this code, you have 5 applications instead of just one application, which could have been done using one application, but instead now you have to deploy, you have to manage, you have to keep maintaining 5 different applications instead of one, which is so expensive. And also, one thing we must always remember is time heals everything except bad code. There is no coming back after you've written a particular code. That's mostly because when we are in the industry, we have certain delivery timelines, deadlines. So it's very difficult to find some time to come and revisit what you have written. So that's something, that's the real world scenario. Although you think, okay, it's okay, I'll just do this for this, just for this release, and I'm gonna fix it, but you will never come back to it. You will never have the time. So that's why it's better to take time and write it the right way the first time rather than having to revisit it. And on the right hand side of this screen is Robert C. Martin, who is known as Uncle Bob, very popularly known as Uncle Bob. He is the author of this book, Clean Code, which is actually authored in 2008, but those the theories and the concepts that it has put forward is applicable even today. So this is like the Bible of a software engineer. So that's why clean code is so important. And also, this is my favorite quote on clean code. It says, clean code always looks like it is written by someone who cares. So when you are writing code, that's how you have to treat it. You have to understand that you will make someone's life much easier if you just follow the best practices and write good code. So let's look at how we can write good code basically. So I have taken out some concepts from the same book, which we give priority to. So we will take a look at those. So the first thing is naming. I think this is more difficult than any problem solving. When we have to name so much of variables, classes, methods, we actually run out of names. But it's always better to spend some time to pick out the proper name for your variables, methods, or classes, regardless of what language you are using, because this is what will make it more readable. So, for example, the first example on the left says get them, and it returns a list. But so this maybe someone with the domain knowledge, or someone who has who has invoked this code knows what it does. But for someone like us who are just seeing this snippet, can't make any sense out of it because it says get them. We don't know what them is, and then it's there's a variable called list one, and we don't know what this list is. So this is a good example for using very bad naming for variables and methods. And if you see on the right hand side, it's the same method that has been refactored using better naming. It says get flag cells. Okay, so that means we are going to return some type of some type of cells, and even in the for loop, you can see an list called game board. Then we know, okay, this is instead of saying the list, we know, okay, it's iterating the game board. And then instead of saying the first element of x equal to 0, this simply says cell is flagged, and inside that flag method you can include whatever logic that you prefer. So when you read this, you can just, without actually going into those methods, you can make sense of what it actually does. So this is how we should typically write our code to make it a practice on using meaningful names whenever possible. Whenever you have the authority to write, use some name, you have to always make sure it makes sense. And then you also have to use pronounceable names. This is because we don't like, I feel like it's a general practice that we don't use very long names for variables. So what we do is we just cut out the vowels, or we just like take bits and pieces from every word in that, and then try to make a variable. But we should not do this. Again, someone who does not know the context will not understand what this actually means. So if you just look at it, you can't even pronounce what's written on the left hand side. And again on the right hand side is the same class refactored using more meaningful names. So when you look at it, you can see that it makes much more sense what it is and what it's doing. So someone who is new to this code still can figure out what it does. And another thing is you have to use searchable names. So at one point I said that you shouldn't make your code very long. It would make more the code, the higher the complexity. But in the same way, you have to make it maintainable as well. So now look at the code on the left hand side. So it just uses some letters and some numbers, right? When you first look at it, that's what it is. So I say one day I want to change one variable, let's say 34. I want to change the 34 to some, let's say 50 or something. So when I want to do that, I just have to search the entire project, all the classes, to find out this particular line, right? So instead, what we can do is we can just extract them out to constants, like what's shown on the right hand side. So easily you can see they have used really good naming conventions, like the names really make sense. So if you want to change, say, the variable, so this 5 divided by 5, you just have to search for this particular constant and then change it. No skimming through the entire project. Uh, so less hassle, and you can easily make uh, make the change and send it out to release. Okay. So next we will be looking at functions. First thing is, when we are writing a function, it should be small. I know as a practice, I think we are so keen on just solving the problem itself, we don't pay much attention to that code which is actually growing inside a particular function. So that is actually wrong. We can extract them out to different methods, because say one day I'm going, even if I am the developer, I am revisiting that code, and I have to read that entire block to make sense of what it actually does. I might have forgotten, and I have to skim through that entire code block, and that's not right. That's time consuming. If you want to fix a small defect, you still have to go through and spend time on that entire block. So we should not write functions like that. And then it should do one thing, and it should do that one thing very well. So what it means is, if you have a method called, say, run something, it should only focus on running that particular whatever the application you want. You cannot create some other classes there. You cannot pre-process it. You cannot do things like that inside that block, because run simply uh, in it just infers that it should just run something. It doesn't mean that it's going to go do some processing, because it can be very misleading to people if they are going to invoke that particular method. Maybe somebody invokes that method not knowing that it has some processing part. Then obviously it takes more time to actually get your task done. So it should be as small as possible, and then it should do one thing, and it should do that particular thing very well also. And you, like I mentioned, you should, when you're reading the code from top to bottom, you should be able to read it like you're reading maybe say some article. It should really make sense. It shouldn't have any variables that you don't know what it means. You shouldn't do that. It should be readable. So basically, if you're a developer, what it also means is that you're an author. You can write really well. So again, another thing, that common mistake that we do is, we don't use meaningful names. We don't want the names to be as short as possible. So that's where we go wrong again, because even if it's long, if it's meaningful, it actually makes your work much easier. And also, you should not repeat yourself. So in long functions, when you have long functions which are not extracted out to methods, what is going to happen is, you will definitely face repetition, duplicate code snippets, because it's very difficult to find them in such a long code snippet. So you shouldn't repeat yourself either. So obviously, when you follow these guidelines, automatically your code will get rid of duplications as well. So I have included an example here. So most of these examples are actually from the Clean Code book, which is a great source. I mean, that's why I said it's the Bible. It's a great source if you want to keep improving your coding standards. So it says render page with setups and teardowns, and that's the only thing it does. So it has an if statement, and you can simply just go reading what it does, just like you're instructing the computer to do things. You can just keep on reading it from top to bottom and understand what it is doing, without actually checking these methods called is-test page or include setup and teardown pages. You don't have to visit those methods, because it makes sense what it's doing. So that's about functions. And then the next thing I want to talk about is comments. This is a very confusing confusing scenario, I would say. That's mostly because we know code comments are there so that you can basically explain your code, right? So that's, I have seen this happening so many times. Even I've done it. I would just whatever, if I just read the code and I feel like it's not, I can't understand it or someone else might not understand it, I would just add a comment saying, okay, this is what this says. But that shouldn't generally be the case. If you look at the code snippet on your left hand side, you can see it says check to see if employee is eligible for full benefits. So I had to add a comment there to justify this if statement that I have added. But it shouldn't generally be the case. What we should do is, if you see on the left hand side, it says if employee is eligible for full benefits. So here it does not care what these conditions actually are, right? It's just like we have extracted it out to a method, but now when we are reading from top to bottom, we know what this does without having comments, because unnecessary comments create a lot of unnecessary noise in your code. So you should avoid them as much as possible and try to make it up using proper naming conventions. So when should you use comments? First thing is, if you have some information that you can't really you can't infer using the code. If you want the other developers to know something, even yourself, you can use a comment, but not unnecessarily. Only if you can't show it. Only if you feel like there is no way that the code can actually make up for what you're trying to say. Also, if you want to explain something you've done, also you can use comments. But again, these are very rare. In very rare situations, you will have to use this. Then again, if you have something to clarify, also you can use comments. And when you have to warn them about something, say there is a test or something which is taking up so much of resources, so you want to warn them that if you run this, it might take up a lot of resources from your computer. So if you want to warn them about something, also you can add a code there. And also to-dos, if you feel like, say there's a snippet which is going to be in future removed, but for now, for the application to work, you need to do some change. Then you can add a to-do. But as a general practice, we try to avoid to-dos as much as possible in our projects. So now, when should you not use comments? First thing is mumbling. Mumbling means you have say you were in a rush to somehow commit the code and deliver your feature, so you have just made a certain comment there without it making sense to anybody. So that's what mumbling means. And then you should always not have redundant comments either, and misleading comments you shouldn't have. So there are mandated comments. If you know, as a practice, we add Java docs in for our methods and classes. But there can be scenarios where you don't have to explain it, right? If you have used a proper naming, you don't really have to have a separate Java doc to explain what it does. So those mandated comments also is something that we can get rid of. It's mostly because it's very, otherwise the code is going to keep growing and it's going to have unnecessary noise. And you should not have noise comments also, like, stating the very obvious. You should not have those. And you should not have commented out code at all in your project, because I know we always think we will come back to it and clean the code up, but we will never find the time. So as much as we can, when we are writing the code, we have to omit the commented out parts and just keep our code very clean. And then we will look at what happens when we write good code. First thing is, so we can write dirty code with a lot of code smells, and that is not even unit tested properly uh, it can be a very fast process. So if you have a deadline end of this week, we can just um somehow develop it and deliver by the end of this week. But that code, since it's not properly written, it won't be unit tested, obviously. So after the code is actually released, you can't find time. You're going to have some other features coming up in your timelines, so you can't come back and refactor that code. This is how tech debt keeps getting added up, so you can't revisit it. And so when you can't revisit it, you have some chunks of code that is not unit tested, but you're going to make some changes to that as well. So now you want to make sure that it did uh, the task that it was assigned to do previously. But right now, since you don't have unit tests, you can't test that. So what you have to do is you have to manually test your previous feature and whatever you have done now. You have to do a full regression to ensure that even the slightest change that you made has not broken your code or your application. So you can see, even though it's a very fast process to just somehow come up with a solution and deliver it, in the long run, it's a very hectic. It's going to be very strenuous to maintain that code. Instead, where if you actually take time and properly write good code and unit test them timely as well, so it's very maintainable, extensible, so you can easily keep on plugging more and more features, which will cost you less time in the long run. So as the Boy Scout rule we follow is leave your code better than you found it. So whenever you're writing a piece of code, even if you're not the person who has written it, if there is a way you can improve, my opinion is that you should always do that. That's the end of this presentation. I have added the references that I have used as well. It was mostly from the Clean Code book by Robert C. Martin. Yeah, so I would like to thank Women Techmakers Sri Lanka and GapStars for giving me this opportunity. If anyone has any questions, now's the time.
All right, it seems like there are no questions from the audience yet. So, folks, if you have any questions, please make sure to comment on the live stream live chat. We will make sure to forward them to our speaker, Ms. Denuksha. All right, Ms. Denuksha, it was lovely having you. It was an interesting presentation. We surely enjoyed it to bits, and all of us here at WTM Sri Lanka wish you all the very best for your future endeavors. Keep on being brilliant like you are. All right, ladies and gentlemen,
Thanks so much.
yeah, you're welcome. You're absolutely welcome. So let's see what's up next in our agenda. Okay, folks, as you saw on the flyer, next up in our agenda, we have another talk on a timely topic, actually, a timeless topic: power of self acceptance and focus on strength. For this, we have yet another brilliant young lady of tech joining us at the moment. She is a software engineer at Google and she loves to dive deep into and marvel the intricacies of complex problems. That's quite interesting, to be honest. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome on screen our next speaker, the stunning and the smart Maitri Rawat. Maitri, welcome to Women Techmakers International Women's Day Sri Lanka 2022. We are absolutely delighted to have you with us here and we are excited to listen to you. So, without further ado, let's get on with it. Over to you.
Thank you. I'm excited as well. I am going to share my screen. Yeah, okay. So I'll just start. Born in an overly critical society, one often tends to look at their weaknesses. We often make assumptions about our worth based on what the majority puts on the pedestal. Many times, this leads to comparisons and sometimes depression. I want to talk about how accepting one's true self helps them be a happier person and achieve their goals. How it makes them realize their unique abilities that they would never know exist, and let them see others from a more accepting perspective to differences and uniqueness. Hello, Women Techmakers Sri Lanka, and happy International Women's Day month. Thanks for inviting me today, and I'm going to talk about the power of self acceptance and focus on strengths. But before that, we need to answer a very important question. Who am I? I'm Metri Rawat, and proudly associate myself with the symbols on the slide. I'm a software engineer at Google based out of India. My pronouns are she and her, and I have previously worked at IEEE and IHS Market. I'm also a proud alumni of Women Techmaker Engineer Fellow Scholarship Program in 2020. Today, I'm going to start off with a few questions, some of which are: do you often feel negative about yourself? Do you feel stressed all the time? Do you often compare yourself to other people? Do you always want to know what successful people want to do to become successful? Do you feel you can't perform at the standards set by the society? Do you set your future goals by looking at what other people are doing? If your answer to any of the above question is yes, my dear friend, you are at the right place. We have all seen this quote a lot of times in our lives, but never really understood it completely. So I'm going to reiterate again today and we'll explore more on what it really means. Everybody is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it's stupid. I'm sure you must know the person on the left, but if you don't, he is known by the name Kerry Minati. He is a YouTuber with about 35.1 million active subscribers from India. He's a content creator on YouTube and a rapper. His videos ranges from reviews to roasting to comedy and music. Ajay Nagar is a living example of how a person can use all their unique abilities to become successful. He's not the only one though. There are many other examples out there who use their unique abilities which were traditionally not considered for a reputable job. But knowing your unique abilities and using them to define a career for yourself takes a lot more than hard work and dedication. What it surely takes, though, is self acceptance. Usually, people take the word self acceptance in a negative a way to accept your flaws and not doing anything about it. But I promise you, it's more than that. It can have major emotional and physical consequences. According to Harvard Medical School, self acceptance is defined as an individual's acceptance of all of their attributes, positive or negative. It includes body acceptance, self protection from negative criticism, and believing in one's capacities. Hence, we can safely say that self acceptance is more than accepting your flaws. It's about knowing yourself. So, how does self acceptance can improve our lives? Acceptance helps us become better problem solvers. Maybe we are loath to accept that we have an addiction problem or that our job no longer fulfills us. However, Once we acknowledge the reality rather than staying in denial or resistance, we are in a better position to consider our options and choose an appropriate action plan. After all, rejecting reality does not change the reality. Acceptance supports our emotional and physical health. Resistance or denial can throw our equilibrium dramatically out of the whack. With acceptance, we are likely to have a lot more energy at our disposal because we no longer have to exert effort trying to avoid, deny, or push away our feelings or skirt a scary situation. Acceptance contributes to healthier relationships. Acceptance allows us to assert our own needs while also accepting that someone else may feel differently from us. For instance, and while understanding why they might feel that way. This approach paves the way for mutual respect and cooperation as opposed to the my way or highway perspective. Acceptance is a form of forgiveness, whether it is something that happened long ago, a current quandary, or a concern about the future. With acceptance, we are better equipped to let go of the bitterness and its attendant suffering. Acceptance frees us from analysis paralysis. Often we go round and round in circles trying to figure out why something is the way it is. This can go on for years with or without therapy. The first step to moving forward is accepting the reality. Acceptance strengthens us psychologically. If we avoid feelings or a situation, our courage muscles atrophies and we become weaker over time. We also become more inclined to avoid things in the future due to our avoidance becoming more and more ingrained habit. When we accept something, we stand our ground and we can learn that we can indeed take what we thought we could never do. Self-acceptance is essential for your mental and emotional well-being. It's important to learn to love yourself and the things that make you unique. It is a learning to love yourself, inside and out. It's about letting go of the things you can't change and appreciate what makes you unique. However, being comfortable in your own skin isn't always easy. Here are some ways you can practice self acceptance in your day to day life. Embrace what makes you unique. A good place to start is to think of the things that makes you special. Ask yourself how these differences may benefit you in the future and how they add value to your life. Let go of the things you can't change. It's important not to focus on the things you can't change. You may find it helpful to write a letter to yourself about letting go of what you can't change and welcoming the things you love about yourself. Identify your strengths. Write down the things you are good at or love to do. Example, sports, music, arts, dance. And practice these activities regularly can help you feel more confident in your abilities. Set a few realistic goals for yourself and create a plan to meet that. This may also help you with your self esteem. Don't forget to reward yourself when you meet a goal. And finally, celebrate your accomplishments. Make a list of everything you have accomplished so far and add to it regularly. Be proud of yourself, be kind to yourself. Consider a few things you can do to treat yourself and spend quality time on your own. Example, taking a warm bath, going out for a walk in the nature, do shopping. It's also important to take care of yourself by eating right, sleeping enough, and exercising regularly. Our strengths are great resources for increasing our energy and making us feel dynamic. It's not uncommon to lose track of time when focusing on an area where our strengths shine. It's an experience you may recall from your youth. Usually, these are remembered as joyful moments. The result of putting your strengths into what we are doing is joy, energy, and feeling alive. So, why do we accept the loss of joy? The answer is so familiar. By living in fixing the environment, we focus on our weaknesses to fix rather than the strengths we already have and we can act upon on. Author Marcus Buckingham puts it another way in his book. Now discover yourself, your strengths. He asked which grade parents would focus on when their kids bring home the report card if it shows an A in English, A in social science, C in biology, and an F in algebra. The majority of the parents, 77% of them, said that they would focus on the F in algebra. The child could become a great novelist or a social worker. But this illustrated how, unfortunately, we are so used to focusing on our weaknesses since the very beginning of our learning journey. There is a common belief that we have got to fill the gap, otherwise, we will be weaker. It's the idea that only if our weaknesses could be corrected, we could be fixed and feel complete. The problem when focusing on the weakness mindset causes a definite feeling of insufficiency. This sense of I'm not enough invites other negative emotions like anger, fear, and anxiety, which do not help us to get motivated or boost our creativity so that we can better think of a solution to the problem that we face. We all know that it takes a lot of energy to fix things and minimize our weaknesses. The painful part of this approach is that while we have so many valuable resources, we spend a vast amount of our energy trying to get a little better on our weakness. Making weaknesses the center of attention starts at home and school at an early age, and consciously or subconsciously continues at work and in every part of our lives. Therefore, the most outdated approach in leadership is to focus on weaknesses and fixing them instead of giving some of the space to strengths. Focusing on weaknesses instead of strengths is a disadvantageous attitude. One more thing to note here is that focusing on strengths does not mean rejecting your weaknesses from the start and not becoming better. It is more about looking at things based on how you can leverage your strengths to do those rather than your weaknesses. You can have a weirdly different set of strengths and weaknesses, which makes you unique. For example, some people are more competitive than the others, while some are more creative than the others. Some people are more detail oriented, while others look at things from a top level perspective. You should know that this world can use all these strengths, and although sometimes things like job descriptions or family expectations of you could be very specific, but it does not need to define you, or and you do not need to define yourself by that. And then you can ask me, that's all right, Matthew, but how do I find my strengths? There are 5 great points. Number one, ask around. A great way to find out more about yourself is to ask people you like, trust, and respect what they think you're good at. Why not make a list of people you can ask about the kind of jobs they think might suit your strengths and personality and why? They could be a members of the family, a teacher, lecturer, friends, or somebody else you're close to. Discover your personality. Thinking about your personality is a great way to start identifying the kind of jobs which could be a good match. You could do a personality test for that. There are plenty of those available free. Write down what you do. Over a course of week, think about 5 things that you most enjoy doing and write them down. Challenge yourself to really think about why is it you like them. For example, if someone says, I have a blog that I update regularly with opinions, short stories, and other bits and pieces I found around the web. I set aside time in the week to write and find stuff to publish, and then I schedule posts on social media that links to my site. In this instance, it is clear that this person likes being organized, staying up to date with popular culture, and works well alone. Thinking about the kinds of activities you enjoy or naturally find doing yourself is a great way to help identify your strengths and skills. Look for patterns. Once you have answers from a few different places, highlight any areas that comes up frequently or character traits that lots of people have identified. Try asking yourself the same question and compare the answer to see if you agree. The skills which comes up and most frequent will be most likely to be your strongest. And finally, keep an open mind. Some of the answers and results you get might be surprising or highlight aspects of your personality that you hadn't considered. Don't dismiss these. The idea is to get a better picture of yourself, and that includes the image you present to other people, as well as what you're good at and things that you could improve. These unexpected qualities might lend themselves to an area of work that you had never considered before. Now, not all of your strengths could be converted to money. So, if you really want to know how to find a profession which gives you a reason for being, make sure to check Ikigai. Ikigai is a Japanese concept that combines the term iki, meaning alive or life, and gai means benefit or worth. When combined, these terms mean that something which gives your life worth, meaning, or purpose. The concept of ikigai is said to have evolved from a basic health and wellness principles of traditional Japanese medicine. The medical tradition holds that physical well being is affected by one's mental and emotional health and a sense of purpose in life. Although it had some historical shifts in meaning, Ikigai had usually been cited as both personal pursuit and one of the benefit to others. In the end, Ikigai brings meaning, purpose, and fulfillment to your life, while also contributing good to others. Further, it is said that everyone has an ikigai, the particular intersection of passion, talent, and potential to benefit others. It is only a matter of finding. The journey to ikigai might require time, deep self reflection, and effort, but it is the one we can all make. The concept of Ikigai as a purpose of life with both personal and social dimensions is captured by the well known Ikigai diagram. This diagram that you see on the screen includes overlapping spheres covering what you love, what you're good at, what the world needs, and what you can get paid for. As this diagram shows, Ikigai holds the central position and involves four major spheres of interest and how they might overlap in one's life. In trying to determine your own personal Ikigai with the help of such diagram, you would fill in each sphere with its appropriate content based on your own experience, self-knowledge, and understanding of the world. Some of the content that would go into these spheres might not come easy to you. Other content might take more time and self reflection. In any case, filling in such a diagram can help clarify where you stand in your search for Ikigai and how to maintain any needed adjustment to attain this, sometimes elusive way of being. Now we can talk about the spheres in detail. The yellow sphere, you love it. This sphere includes what we do, our experience that brings us the most joy in life and makes us feel most alive and fulfilled. What we do in this sense might be sailing, writing poetry, rock climbing, singing in a rock band, reading historical novel, or spending leisure time with friends, going to a spa, etc. What is important is that we allow ourselves to think deeply about what we love without any concern for whether we are good at it or not, or will get paid for it or not. Moving on to the green sphere, you're good at it. This sphere includes anything you're particularly good at, such as skills you have learned, hobbies you have pursued, talents you've shown since an early age, etc. What you're good at might be, for example, playing the piano, being empathetic, public speaking, painting, singing, etc. This sphere encompasses talents or capabilities whether or not you're passionate about them, whether the world needs them, or if you will get paid for it. The red sphere, do the world needs it? The world here might be humanity as a whole, a small community you are in touch with, or anything in between. What the world needs might be based on your impression or needs expressed by the others. The world's needs might include skills like nursing, clean water, home heating, election day volunteers, or improved police training. The domain of Ikigai connects most explicitly with other people and doing good for them beyond one's own need. The turquoise sphere, you're paid for it. This dimension of the diagram also refers to the world or society at large, in that it involves what someone else is willing to pay you for or what the market will bear. You might be passionate about writing poetry or very good at rock climbing, but this does not necessarily mean you can get paid for it. Whether you can get paid for your passions or talents depends on factors such as the state of economy, whether your passions or talents are in demand, the current state of market, etc. It is further noted that according to this diagram, at this intersection of what you love and what you're good at is your passion. At the intersection of what you love and what the world needs is your mission. At the intersection of what the world needs and what you can get paid for is your vocation. And at the intersection of what you're good at and what you can get paid for is your profession. A sweet spot within this Ikigai diagram would therefore involve something you're passionate about, that you're also good at, that the world needs now, and for someone for pay you. For example, I'm passionate about engineering and I'm also skilled at it. So there is a need for it in my world at this point of time, and I might have several job offers in this field. I might say I found myself my Ikigai sweet spot. At the intersection of passion, mission, profession, and vocation, you'll be able to find yourself your sweet spot. I'm going to wait here for a minute for you to absorb the diagram now before moving to the final slide. Moving ahead, now share one of the beautiful things said by Ramdas, also known as Richard Alpert, who was one of the America's most beloved spiritual figures.
Instead of the term, how can we love ourselves more, I'd like to ask, how can we accept ourselves more? The way in which a child learns is that the parent is under pressure to socialize the child. And in doing that, they emotionally, whether they intend to or not, reward and punish the child for behaviors. And the result is some feelings of unworthiness. Somehow I'm bad. I have these things that are not acceptable. And often what you end up with is a personality that's constantly looking to the world and other people. Do you like me? Am I acceptable to you? And you get an A for effort and you feel good. And if you don't get the A, it's not like you feel nothing, you feel bad. It's as if the baseline is negative, not zero. Do you hear the issue that I'm talking about? It's interesting, the way I've looked at it is that you go out into the forest and you look at trees and you appreciate the trees. You don't say that tree is good and that tree is bad because one tree is fat and one is thin, or one is tall, or one is bent and one is straight, unless you're in the lumber business. But the minute you get near humans, it's interesting that you immediately go into a judging mode. Let's go behind love and hate and find a place where we just allow our humanity. And we hear that there is negativity in us and there is inadequacy. Like I'm Ram Dass and I've worked on myself and I'm supposed to be equanimous, loving, accepting. Oftentimes I get tired, I'm angry, I'm petulant, and I would feel really embarrassed because that isn't who Ram Dass is supposed to be. So I would appear like I was warm, charming, equanimous, compassionate, and then I realized that that is bad business because that cuts us off from each other. And I had to risk my truth. I had to risk being human with other people and realize that what we offer each other is our truth. And our truth includes all of our stuff. And the first thing I had to do was accept my own truth. And once I just allowed that I am human with all the foibles, things started to flow and I could feel change occurring in myself. And then I would start to experience my own beauty. And it frightened me because it was so dissonant and discrepant from the model that I had cultivated of myself over the years. That I had to do good in order to be beautiful. So we're talking about appreciating what is. Not loving yourself as opposed to not liking yourself, but allowing yourself.
And in the end, I would like to say that it's end of a starting, and I'm going to do it with this beautiful quote by Annie Lamott, that I decided the most subversive, revolutionary thing I could do was to show up for my life and not be ashamed. And today I want to leave all of you asking you to be more kind on yourself, telling you that you are a beautiful, unique person and you do not have to live exactly with what society wants you to. You can carve your own path, take your own decision, and own them if you fail. But while doing all this, always know that being unique is one of the best gifts you will ever have. Thank you. I can wait for a few questions if there are any.
All right, it seems like we do not have questions. Okay, so it seems like we do not have questions from the audience. So thank you so much, Maitri, for that wonderful session and inspiring session, if I have to say, if I'm correct. So thank you so much again for joining us here at the International Women's Day celebration by Women Techmakers Sri Lanka. We absolutely enjoyed your presence here, and all of us here at WTM Sri Lanka wishes you all the very best for your future endeavors. All right, folks, let us now go and see what's up next on our agenda. All right, folks, as you saw on the flyer displayed a little while ago, the next item up in our agenda is quite different from the previous ones that we had. That is because it's going to be a panel discussion on WTM journey. For this, we are having two panelists joining us, two brilliant ladies in the technology field, and they are actually two senior members of WTM Sri Lanka. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome on screen Miss Dilini Madhubhashini and Miss Utpala Virakon. So, talking about Dilini is a senior quality assurance engineer at Intervest Software Technologies Private Limited. She was a former Women Techmakers ambassador and a former lead of WTMSL. And then when we turn to Utpala, she is a senior executive of 3D technology at PDS Far East Limited, Hong Kong, and she currently offers her services as the co-lead at WTM Sri Lanka. So a very good evening to both of you, Dilini and Utpala. We are super glad to have you with us here. So since we are all excited on hearing your views on the questions that we are about to pop in for you, let us get started with the obvious first question. What is Women Techmakers, or as we all call it WTM? Both of you or either one of you can answer. No restrictions here. As long as we get the answer, we are quite satisfied.
Okay, then I will go. So actually, I think with the name WTM, that means Women Tech Makers, you can have a brief identify about what is Women Tech Makers. It's actually something platform that we are working for technology, using technology. Actually, this is a global community organization that we are doing. Mostly, its target is connect, create, and celebrate women. So this has been initiated on 2012 in Google I/O. The main goal was in that time is to increase the woman participation on technical sessions. That means they also identified that women are not much participating on those days. So 2012 they have initiated the Women Techmaker. So that is the main idea, that they want to come up with this Women Techmakers thing. But lately they have it provide visibility. That means you can see the ladies who is successful in their career, and they can see yourself. If you are successful and if you have achieved any something, then you can see. Then they have provide connectivity. That means not only the Sri Lanka. In Sri Lanka, you can connect with via the from these Women Techmakers. You can get to know the girls from other universities, maybe other companies, and this has provided our opportunity to connect the girls who are doing technology all over the world. So it gives the connectivity and the resources. They are like this, the sessions that like earlier sessions that we have done in today's sessions also. So they are giving the resources, how to build up your career, how to build up your personality, like that. That are the goals of this Women Tech Makers. Not only focus to technology, but they are giving something to brand yourself, make your brand, make your personality. That's we are doing. What that mean, and the purpose of Women Tech Makers globally is that.
All right, so since Dilini answered the first question, I think it's fair to direct the second question at Ms. Utpala. So, Utpala, what is WTM Sri Lanka?
Yes, as Dilniaki mentioned, actually WTM is a built-in world where all women can thrive in the technology, and actually WTM Sri Lanka is the part of that. We provide the visibility, the community to the Sri Lankan girls in the technological field, not only the technology. Now we have a lot of areas related to this information and communication technology field. So we provide that visibility, connectivity, and the community resources for all those women in the Sri Lanka. So we are proud to say we are actually part of that WTM Sri Lanka.
All right, so let's move on to our third question. So, what are the services and opportunities offered by WTM Sri Lanka, or Women Techmakers Sri Lanka, for the Sri Lankan tech community and the global community? So, I suppose Dilini has been has been part of global events. So I heard, I got the word from the other members.
Yeah.
So could you please incorporate that aspect as well to the answer?
Yes, actually, when we are talking about WTM Sri Lanka, the main thing that we are providing sessions. That means we are helping to build up their career with using many of technologies, and we always keep them updated. What is coming next and what have come, and so we sometimes we are not getting some female speakers on some topics, but we surely keep them updated even using male speakers. So that's what mainly we are doing in WTM Sri Lanka, the services and opportunities. And the main thing, we are giving the opportunity for volunteers who are in universities, maybe in the companies in junior level or anything. They can join with us and make the connectivity with this WTM, and they can go for the WTM Global like that. Yes, we are getting like there are benefits. We are joining for any community or some organization or there. So the main thing is the connectivity. That's what I'm saying. I have participated one of Google and Google GDG, that means Google Developer Group and Women Techmakers event in Thailand. So there I was able to meet many people. So that if you are doing most volunteering and most connect with this WTM, you also will be able to get that opportunity. There you have to do a hard work, and you have to do many things to go that opportunity. And that means on that time one of ambassador is myself, and other ambassador is
I think Divini is experiencing some sort of a technical glitch at the moment. So, Utpala, do you have anything to add to that question? I'll repeat it for you. What are the services and opportunities offered by WTM Sri Lanka for the Sri Lankan tech community and the global community?
Sorry, I was mute. Yes, as Dilniak mentioned, actually we provide events. Actually, we organize events in the universities. Last Before this COVID situation, we organize a lot of events in the universities for university students. For an example, we organize a WDM event in the Rajrat University and the Wavelas University. We went there and we organized that event with the university technology people. I mean, if there is any club for that ICT or a technology area, we join with them and we organize event to share our experience, and we bring the worldwide experience to the university students in Sri Lanka. So that's the main thing. We help them to uh, reach the universal. I think, foreign university peoples or the ICT, IT field people, we gave that opportunity to the Sri Lankan students, not only for the students, but for the industrial people, industrial women in the technology field. We gave that opportunity them, and after that, as Dilniaki mentioned, people can join with us to do the volunteer part, and after that they can work with us, and they can give their support to this program, and they can get more opportunities, more benefits to their lives also, because this is an amazing experience. We know that it's an amazing experience for all of us. So that's what we do with the WTM Sri Lanka.
Thank you, Isabella, for that wonderful input. So let us move on to the next question. It is quite a bulky one, I have to say. So joining an organization is never easy. It is serious business. Sometimes we don't feel like we are ready to be bound by the rules and regulations of an organization that we have to join. So, in this perspective, why should the Sri Lankan women in the field of technology select WTM Sri Lanka as their community, as their ideal community to join?
Yeah. If we're talking about WTM, there is no rules and regulations. You can anyone in this field can join with us. So I think in my because there is yeah, we are talking to the technology. We are most in IT field. So that's the main thing that most of girls are in universities and in IT field is joining with us. And because of there is no rules and regulation, anyone can join with us. So there, this will not be a serious case like other things. You have to get the membership or anything like that. Just you have to participate to our sessions and be an active member, uh, like that. So I think that's why most of the girls are going with this WTM.
Yes, if I add something to that, it's actually a super supportive platform and always giving chances to new generations. Once we plan an event, we always give volunteer opportunities to new people, and it's stand out. WTM team stand out around other units. I mean, other voluntary entities and organizations. That's the thing.
Yes, and we always try to listen to them. If they are requesting some new technology or sessions or something, we are ready to go with that. However, we are looking for some speakers, will be a male or female, or we can do like that. So that's the love that we have from the girls to the industry.
So, both of you talked about volunteers and members. So, how can one upgrade from being a mere volunteer to a member? So, is it necessary to volunteer first to become a member at WTM Sri Lanka?
Yes, may I go ahead? So actually, be a member is really really simple in WTM. Just you have to go to the, if you are brave and if you are ready to learn something new and do something to the community or something like that. Just you have to go to the WTM website, and there is a button for member. Then you have to fill a few details, and you can get the membership. That's taking the membership for WTM. Volunteering is something else. So volunteer, being a member and doing a volunteer will be some give us some plus mark for joining the WTM organizing team. So you can do volunteer. That means volunteer is the necessary one, not the membership. Getting the membership for WTM, and you have to participate for the event. You have to be an active member, like that. You have to be the volunteer first. We are we are giving the first chance for the volunteer. Membership will be some plus mark, right, Uttara?
Yes, Dilniaki. When I talk about my experience when I was an university student, we participate to a lot of Google GDG events, and we organize tech events in university. And after that, I got chance to work as a volunteer to GDG team. And after lots of WTM events. We participated all the WTM events, and finally, I got an invitation from Diriniaki to be a part of the WTM Sri Lanka, and I would actually take this opportunity to say thank you so much, Aki, for giving me this that
Okay.
opportunity, that amazing opportunity to join with the WTM Sri Lanka, and I'm really grateful for that, and I'm really proud of myself because I got chance to share my knowledge and the experience, and place to place to share everything with other people in the, actually especially with the women's in the technology and also in the university people. So that's how it's come.
So, both of you are senior members when it comes to Women Techmakers Sri Lanka. You have been there for a longer period of time. So, what are the benefits that you experience from being a long term member at WTM Sri Lanka?
Yes, in that case, Riti, I want to mention that the thing that Utpala has actually mentioned, this is long term, not a member, long term volunteer. If I correct it, we are giving chance for the volunteers. Actually, Utpala, Anusha, Dilanka, and Mani, the current organizing team, we met them in many GDG events. Actually, Utpala is from Rajaratnam University, Anusha is from Wellas, and Dilanka and Nooni is from University of Colombo. So we have identified what is the capacity of them and what they can do, and like that they were long-term volunteers for WTA. That's how that now today they are Nuini and Dilanka is ambassadors and the others are co-lead. That is the, I think that is the most benefit that um, they have got been a long-term member. So from my side, I was like now in WTM for 6 years, and for GDG it's like 8 years of journey. So today I am here as a former WTM ambassador, and I was able to actually sometimes that one what are the benefits. So in my husband office they are telling, you are Dilini's husband, I have seen her in an event like that. Most of people are knowing me, but I don't know them. So that's how I got some one of benefits. There's a big circle around me that, but I don't know them, but they know me. That's one of a good thing for me, that being like a celebrity. So that's one of benefit, and you will be get the chance to know a lot of people in the industry. But that mean in a different level of people. So that will be a good chance for long-term volunteer WTM Sri Lanka. So being a long-term volunteer and a member, you will get in future you will get a chance to work with this WTM organizing team and be a someone like this in today's panel discussion. So that are the benefits long-term volunteers at WTM.
Yes, if I add something to that, with my experiences, actually, I met lots of people in the technology field, and I built my circle of network around the world, actually. And a lot of time, if we need some support in the technology field, we can drop a message to Diliniaki or a Mikelaki, or there are a lot of GDG ILS or to support us. And if we want to know anything about job opportunities or any events, we can drop and ask. That's how that circle of the network works. So actually network is the main thing. If you are a university student or or any person, you need to build a good network around you, because we can earn money, but we should earn people. So to earn people, I think this is the best place for you girls. You can join with the WTM, and you can build up your network around the world, not only in the Sri Lanka.
Sri
It
Lanka.
gave that opportunity. So actually, Laura, sometimes if I need a job, I shared my CV with some people that I met in the GDG events or Women Techmakers events. So they gave us that opportunity because they trust us, because they know how we do our work with the volunteering work. If we are doing that with the volunteer work, they know how we are going to do it with the job. You know
Job.
what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's the main thing. So, and we learn to balance our work life and the volunteer life, sometimes the personal life. So that's the most important thing.
So, both of you have obviously gone a long and a successful journey with WTM Sri Lanka. Let's go back in time. What actually made you join WTM Sri Lanka? What triggered you to join?
So, if I go first, I have joined GDG. Actually, in my university time, I have joined many organizations and communities and societies in the university. But finally, I have moved in with this GDG and Women Techmakers after university as well, because I have found the positive vibe in this WTM and what I can learn, and what can I do for something is the girls in this industry. And I have identify the WTM is the best place to make myself, my personality, and build up my personality and my public speaking and many other things. I can make magnify my circle and make the connectivity and many things. So I feel like WTM is and GDG is a good place for make my career, and the personality is a good one. So I have joined with them and been here for 8 years. I think more things to add for Pala for that.
Yeah, so I got to know about the first I got to know about the Google developer team in Sri Lanka. I got to know about that because of some university people in Rajarata University. There are some project groups, and we talk, and they mentioned that there is a group and the team in the Sri Lanka for the Google. So, and after that, actually, I always like to do other curriculum activities with my friends in university. I was a member of the ARIC team. That's mean the Information and Communication Technology team society. So after that, we wanted to learn what industry want from us. We can learn everything, some things in the university, but we should develop our character to face the industry opportunity. So after that, and we wanted to what we can learn from outside of the university. And finally we participated to some Google events, and after that we started to follow Facebook pages, WTM Sri Lanka and the GDG team Sri Lanka, and they always sharing the next event, what they are going to do next. And I always share all the details with my university friends, and after that we gather as a team, and sometimes we arrange our own transport to come from the Anuradhapura to Kurunegala, the Colombo, and sometimes our university lectures gave us the transport facility to attend that event. That's how we do that volunteer part, and how we participate to some events in that held in the Colombo. So that's how we sacrifice some things, and how we do that with our friends. So always we wanted to be a part of the industry. So, and we search about that, and finally we understood about this WTM and the GDG team, and we clarify this is the best place to give something and get something from the industry. So after that, we actually now we are always sharing those informations with our next generation peoples in the university. But we can see some students, some university peoples are now not really like to join these things. But I would like to take this opportunity to welcome, please join with this virtual event or a physical event in Sri Lanka, the GDG events or a Women Techmakers events. That actually giving us the most beautiful feeling in the world. Actually, we can share, we can be team members, and we can work with lots of people in the Sri Lanka. That's how dream. Yeah.
That was so inspiring to hear, to be honest. So, going back in time, what it was like when Women Tech Makers Sri Lanka was first initiated. I don't know whether you were there back in 2016, but do you have any idea what it was like? What were the challenges that WTM Sri Lanka as a whole faced when it was first chartered or
Yeah.
initiated in Sri Lanka?
Yes, myself and Mikela, Dinuka, and Chanduni and Dilanka was initiated WTM on 2016 March. So actually, we first I also have joined with GDG. That GDG is something that we want to mention in this whole story. So in that time, as Utpala said, we saw some lack of female participation on event. So GDG, a set of GDG people asked to let's initiate this WTM in Sri Lanka. So all 5 girls from different universities get together and we have initiated this WTM on 2016, and that was the start of that. On that time we didn't much initiate program. We didn't found any challenges because of the GDG team. They support us, and it was not actually Google Asia also really happy that we are going to initiate this. So we got the full help from them, full support from GDG team and from the in that time. But after initiate this WTM Sri Lanka, we have to face the lack of speakers, lack of the girls who is participating to women events, because that in Sri Lanka, when the tag is going to be the woman, there is no male participation in our events. So we have to seek for the girls. But in I can remember in our first events, we only got some 20 or 25 girls in our session. So that was the challenge, how to bring the girls to the sessions. Sometimes there is a problems from university. We have most of the events on Saturday, Sunday, so there's a problem for the girls to participate on weekends because parents are not allowed them to participate. So that was a big challenge for us to get. Sometimes for the some sessions the parents are coming also, they are sitting outside and the girls are participating in. That is how we face the main challenge. And in early time, like 2016-17, we mostly used to do sessions with the male speakers. Actually we want to thank to them, they have to learn only girls, but they actually take the opportunity and came there and do the sessions to them. So that is the big challenge that we face when we going back to 2016 and think about WTM. But today we have many speakers, girl speakers. We are very lucky. So the in IT industry, I think now not dominant only from male, there is a female too. So really happy about that. And that are the challenges. And today where we are.
So it is quite understandable that you had to face so much difficulties in gathering female crowd to WTM Sri Lanka. So in the same path, I think I am not quite wrong if I say the technology field is male dominant. Still, there is a gap between the female count and the male count, and that is an obvious gap. So, how did WTM Sri Lanka help you to survive in a male dominant field like technology?
Yeah. Now I think most of time there are girls in the field as well. So we can say it's now a 50-50 or something like that. So however, most girls are doing now in IT field. So I feel like from WTA we always make them update about the technology. So most events, most sessions we are doing is hands-on experience sessions. So they are gathering information through that, so they can, if actually they are participating active for that session, they will gain much knowledge and they can give a fight with male dominant area. So that is my idea about that. We are doing a lot of sessions, and we are not only for career side, we are giving to how to improve your personality, how to stand up on your office or something in your life. So I think that is something we give some positive feedback for them to how to make their life, however we are, whatever we are doing, not only from in our hand. So they also have to improve that, they have to work on that and go there. So that's the support from WTM as well.
So both of you
Yes.
talked about. Oh, okay. So I beg your
No,
pardon.
yeah.
So,
It's,
do you have
yeah,
something?
yes, this topic should talk. Actually, we some of us also have some bad experience in the workplace. A lot of people are think that they are saying that you can't do this and that. They don't trust us because every team members should trust girls capabilities, because we can do more. The women's are the very powerful person in the world, actually, because we know that lots of people have that experience. I would say in the workplace, everyone should trust women's capability, and they should give uh, opportunities to them to enhance their skills. But sometimes a lot of people not giving us the opportunities to talk or present something or create something. But I think we should change this in your own workplace. We can stand out and we can talk. We should talk, because that's how we need to create our place at the workplace or any place. So being a part of the WTM, actually it's made us stronger than before. Now we can talk to anyone in a good way, not in the bad way, but we have that capability because of WTM gave us a good experience. We met lots of people, and we now can talk with anyone. So yeah, Trinda. So that's how.
Indeed, because we should not let our gender to define us, to determine our capabilities at all. There is a long way for us to go, and I think someday in the future we will all be able to break the bias. So, going back in our questionnaire, you both of you actually said that WTM Sri Lanka is a platform that is open for volunteers. So, what makes WTM Sri Lanka special from other voluntary organizations and entities?
Um, Not actually only the benefits, but doing volunteering means you can give take in a free pass for participate to the sessions and everything. So yeah, I think that positive vibe and everything. I think this one is organization. If you are going forward in IT industry, I think that's the specialty on doing in WTA, selecting WTA.
Yes, if I add something, WTM Sri Lanka is actually it's all about the positivity, not negativity. It's always positive, give positive vibes to us.
So we talked about being volunteers, we talked about being long-term members, and we talked about the benefits that we garner from being long-term members at WTM Sri Lanka. Now let us talk about the nitty-gritties of WTM Sri Lanka. What are the benefits, the immediate benefits that you reap from organizing events and working with WTM Sri Lanka? That could be materialistic, but what are the immediate ones that you enjoyed, the perks that you enjoyed in organizing events and in working with WTM Sri Lanka?
Okay. Before going to myself, if you are taking a membership in WTM, that's one the immediate thing that you can do. Go to even now you can go to the Women Techmakers official website and be a member. So being a member, you will get all the updates about the WTM, what is happening all over the world. You can get the emails regarding that, and you can. They will announce for the members about their all the events and basically scholarships. WTM is giving scholarship, so you can get the announcement about that, and they will have something like resources and everything. So you when once you have been a member on WTM, you will get those things. Being from my side, immediate benefits, like immediate benefits. Yeah, yes. So I think immediate benefits you can the having the people around you. So taking in same time you can introduce yourself to the most key person people in Sri Lanka or in other country. So Yes, I think that's the immediate benefit that you can have.
Okay, so let's talk about your career lives. So I'm sure you face a lot of uh, problems and conundrums in your day-to-day work life. It is obvious that you have to work with so many people at your office. Being women of so many responsibilities, obviously you have to interact with many a day. So how does the experience you garnered from WTM Sri Lanka help you in dealing with the conundrums that you face in your day-to-day careers?
Yes, as Uspala also earlier mentioned that we have to show our capabilities. So actually, I was a member on this WTM Sri Lanka. Like I got some a good place in my office, at my working place. So they know someone like myself as a good one to do public speaking presentations, and I have good community skills. Like that, they know me how I am. I got these capabilities, and I have built up and I have improved this through the Women Techmakers. Sometimes I'm doing working as a quality assurance engineer, but sometimes when developers are talking about some technical stuff, because I had experience in doing the sessions, and on that time, as I'm doing the volunteer work, I'm behind the scene, so I can hear. I sometimes I gather few things from there, so I can also join in their talk. Like that, I have make my place in my workplace. So actually WTM helped me in that case. Even today when they saw the flyer and they asked, Dilly, do you need any help from our side? So that's the support we have when we are going to be a part of like some organization that global community like this. That are the benefits that we are getting. And actually from being here for 8 years, I have got that from my working places that I have worked for this time. It is a
So,
good positive vibe around me.
yes. So, Uttara, adding to that, so we talked about how WTM Sri Lanka helped you to deal with your office problems. So, this WTM Sri Lanka, I know you are being with WTM Sri Lanka while you are engaged in your job. So, how does WTM Sri Lanka or does WTM Sri Lanka boost your career life?
Yes, definitely. It's a big part of myself actually. WTM Sri Lanka made me a somewhat complete woman. Actually, if I talk about my current job position, I'm working as a 3D technologist. Now I'm giving my service to a foreign company. So when I post these event details on my LinkedIn and the Facebook. Actually, there's some vice presidents in the companies. They talk to me, uh, and they appreciate. Oh wow, you are doing a volunteering part also. Now it's they actually appreciate our efforts to hear, because some lots of people don't like to give service as a free of charge, but sometime I got opportunity to work with some teams to inspire people, because they know how we handle some events actually. But especially the I should thanks our senior Mikilaki and Dirinyaki. Sometimes they gave us opportunity to talk in public some events, so they enhance our skill to speak out ourselves and about something. So in my career life, the WTM Sri Lanka experience plays a major role. And sometimes when we face for some interviews, I shared my experience, WTM experience, with my interviewer. Then they actually always wanted to know more about WTM, because a lot of people doesn't know about this. But I gave this WTM experience and the membership as a colleague experience to get some job opportunities to turn to my side as well, because it plays a big role there.
So adding to that, Vidya, that actually WTM is boosts someone's career. That thing is like we think that both of Utpala and myself is not in developing side, but you think now today we have a session in Flutter, I guess. So think like the scenario like this: someone in the office, you are taking that. New project is there and you have to build a mobile app, so the other colleagues are saying that let's do it from reactive uh, from that. So then you can, if you know about the Flutter, you have good idea and you have do an R&D part when you are going home, so you are deciding no, the Flutter is going to be the best thing for this, then you can suggest. Sometimes that will not be the best answer, but you can speak out, you can stand up. There are some technology like that, this is the benefit, this is low cost, we can use this for iOS, Android, for like that. You have to, you can gain something from here, but you should know how to apply that in your career. So we are giving some push from here, so you have to do something. We cannot do from a session here, we can't do full everything, we can't give the everything hands-on experience from the session that we are doing to 1 to 3 hours. So you have to, we are taking you to the new technology, we are showing what is new. So you have to do the R&D part, and you have to like build up your character in your working place or in your life, in your community, because a girl means they have many roles. You start your life as a daughter, then you have a student, then you have to work in nowadays we have to work with, there is no places like only girls are working, so you have to work with male as well. So how to make yourself on in that dominant field, so how to make it unique. You are the someone who need the workplace or other people, so that have to build up from your own self. So from WTM we are giving you some key things to start your life in good way. To decide what is the best career for you, we have followed many sessions from for university students, because most of our audience is university students. So we are showing that what are the fields that you can select while you are doing in the industry field. Not only developing, you have quality assurance, you can be a UI UX designer or project management, like, or business analyst. Like that, we are showing what is the best career for you to select, and uh, we make them to select what is the best for them. We are giving that thing for someone who is in WTM Sri Lanka.
All right, so we have progressively reached the last question of our panel discussion. So let me direct it again to both of you. So, on a personal note, in what ways did WTM Sri Lanka help you to achieve success?
Yeah. Okay. So as I mentioned earlier, WTM Sri Lanka actually made me a complete woman or a girl, and it guided me to treat people with our knowledge and the experiences. And we shared our experiences and knowledge with next generation, because we should build our next generations to this, and we raise people with our capabilities. And as Dilniaki mentioned, there are lots of services in the Google uh, products. So we share that knowledge with the next generation, and we raise people with our capability. And actually of I think it helps to achieve my success. It's played a good role there, because sometimes being a volunteer person in Sri Lanka is a plus point in some job opportunities, and also in the worldwide opportunities, because WTM Sri Lanka is an international WTM is an international thing, and being a part of the WTM Sri Lanka is a plus point for our life. So I can say finally I can be proud of myself because I served something to the world, and we got something from the world, from the people, and we always here to support women in the world, in the technology world, or any place we can support. And we have that uh, capability with us because WTM Sri Lanka team and the GDG team help us to build that capability. And also we can say that cheers to all strong women out there. Always please believe in you and do what you love, and actually world is yours, girls. So come and join with WTM Sri Lanka team and stand out yourself from other people and be a good part of here and give your support to WTM Sri Lanka. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Utpala and Dilini, for your wonderful inputs. They were truly inspiring, and we are so happy to have you joining us today at Women Techmakers International Women's Day Sri Lanka 2022. So we wish you all the very best for your future endeavors, and we hope that you will continue being brilliant and being the best of you like you do at the moment. So thank you again for joining us. All right, folks, now let us see what's next up in our agenda. Okay, folks, so as you saw on the flyer a minute ago, next up in our program lineup is an intriguing session on the topic breaking into the tech industry, a non-technical story. For this, we now invite our next speaker, Ms. Sajini Athukorla, who works as a senior application support manager at Fortune, our generous silver sponsor. So Sajini, we are elated to have you with us here, and we are elated to have Fortune joining hands with us on this Women Techmakers International Women's Day Sri Lanka 2022. So we are excited to listen to you. We are excited to see what you've got for us up in your sleeve. So without further ado, let's get into it. Over to you.
Great, thank you. And I'm excited to share my story. So I'm just going to share my screen. Give me a second. Sorry, just 1 minute. Okay. All right, so let's get started. Good afternoon, everybody. And I hope everyone's keeping well on this Saturday afternoon. I wanted to thank you for taking the time for attending this event, and thank you, WTM, for this amazing opportunity for letting me share my story. So as you know, my name is Sajini, and for the next 15 minutes or so, I wanted to take you along my journey in the tech industry as a non-technical person. So before I get started into my story, I want to introduce you to a few women from Sri Lanka who have influenced the tech industry. So this is Chami Sims. She grew up in Sri Lanka in the 80s amidst the Civil War. And she had a very simple inspiration that got her into tech. So she every morning she would pass by a billboard that was put up by an internationally renowned tech giant, and it had an image of a woman who was using a computer. And this is what inspired her journey. So, sorry, give me 1 second. Just lost my place there. So and coincidentally, actually, she went on to join that same company to start off her career. And during her experience of starting her career in cybersecurity, she had the experience of finding that all projects started to fail at the point of pen testing. So this is the process of ethical intentional hacking of systems where we are able to identify vulnerabilities in computer systems. So she then led on to co-found this company called Meta Defense Labs, and it's based out in the UK with offices in Sri Lanka as well. And they specialize in implementing secure infrastructure solutions. In 2019, she was recognized as one of the top most 50 influential women in cybersecurity. This is Dr. Harshani Pereira. So she started her journey as a software engineer in Virtusa. And she walked the path of a tech entrepreneur and went to co-found Incubator. So during the pandemic, Incubator actually redefined their business strategy by launching a travel agent app called Ticket Gadget. And this allowed a lot of small and medium-sized businesses to actually continue working through this difficult time. This is now the largest travel consolidator app in Sri Lanka. And this is Utpali Tilakaratna. So she had over 16 years of IT project management experience under her belt. And she decided to take some time off after the birth of her first child. And she became increasingly concerned with the type of food that her child was ingesting. So she went on to co-found Traceify. So that's an app that allows consumers to trace the credibility of products. So these are just a few Sri Lankan women who have influenced the tech industry. And what's one thing they all had in common? So one thing I believe that they had in common was how their life experiences had presented them with opportunities which they recognized and leveraged to transform the industry in their own way. So okay, if someone tells you that they work in tech, is this what you picture? So it's not what you think. You know, tech is not some impossible thing that is reserved for the few. It's not just hackers and coding, wires and CD basements. And I hope by sharing my journey with you, you'll come to realize that there is a place for a non-technical person in this industry. So for today, I thought I would share with you 4 realizations that I had based on the challenges that I faced and that were pivotal to my journey through the industry. So taking it back a few years, I was fresh out of uni. I had an econ and finance degree from the University of Hong Kong. And I made the decision to come back home to start my career. So at the time, I took the most obvious job, which was also a very competitive job market, as a trainee investment analyst for a mutual trust fund in Sri Lanka. And 2 years into the job, I realized I really needed a different challenge. And I wasn't too sure what that looked like. And I had severe tunnel vision in terms of what my career should be. So when I started looking out for jobs, I stuck to the same industry. But I was fortunate enough to have someone in my life who was like a big brother to me. And he challenges everything that I say, even to this day. And he challenged me on this as well. And he asked me, why are you limiting yourself only to finance? So ironically, he's the same person that came across the ad that was posted by Brandix I3, now known as Fortitude, for their next graduate trainee intake. And after a bit of research that I did on the company and the ERP system that they were implementing and supporting, conceptually it seemed very interesting. And however, that being said, I was very apprehensive because I didn't think I had the technical knowledge to be able to do it. But the ad was very specific to say that you didn't need any technical knowledge. So after much healthy deliberation with my big brother, I decided I had nothing to lose and I applied to Fortitude. So it's 8 years later now, and I am, as you know, the Senior Application Support Manager for the ANZ region. So this is why I'm telling you that you should not box yourself in. So if there are any fresh graduates out here on the call, this is my advice to you. There are two groups of people. There are people who know the career path that they want to take, and then there's a second group who are not too sure about what's the best fit for them. And I am from the latter, and it's a scary journey to be unsure about what you want to be or what you want to do. So coming out the other side, I can tell you that it's that fear that you have that makes the journey so fulfilling. It gives you the power to define your career. And, the careers aren't as rigid as I thought they were when I first started. But, that being said, there are some very obvious professions that require specific qualifications, such as doctors, engineers, lawyers, everything that our parents usually want us to do. But what we don't see are the paths that we can actually make. So by exposing ourselves to different industries and jobs, it allows us to acquire transferable skills and insights. And these are invaluable in an industry such as tech that's built on innovation. So get comfortable with that gray area. And nothing in life is always black and white. And the other thing is that what we don't get told in school is the learning actually never stops. Okay, so I want to share an interesting statistic with you based on a study that was done in the US. And they found that women tend to apply for jobs where they meet only 100% of the qualifications. They only apply for a job if they meet 100%. Our counterparts, on the other hand, only look at meeting 60% of what's required of a job. And the really interesting part is that it's just not the feeling that we feel that we're unqualified for a job that keeps us away, but it's that risk of failure because you aren't qualified that keeps us from applying for jobs like that. So this is actually known as the confidence gap, and it's something that many women feel, and I was one of them. It's also known as the Imposter Syndrome. When I got the job as a graduate trainee at Fortitude, I was still doubting my ability to be able to do that job because I had no qualification except the most remotely close one that I had was maybe an IT subject that I studied in my A-levels. But looking back now, I realized that it's that same fear that really pushed me to get comfortable with what I didn't know. And I found that because I wanted to prove myself, I could figure my way out of it. So, and the other side of it was that it actually allowed me to learn more about the type of work that actually interests me. Which brings me to my second realization: embrace the fear. So coming back to my story, after being selected as a graduate trainee, we went through 6 months of very rigorous training, and we were then immersed into teams to start getting some hands-on experience as support consultants. So what that is like a sandbox. You get into the thick of issues and business problems on existing solutions. So you work with ticketing systems and users who are sometimes frustrated that things are not going according to plan, and managing stakeholder expectations, all the while trying to find the underlying root cause of a problem. So it's a lot at once. And that being said, I was surrounded by some amazing mentors, men and women, who really took the time to answer my many millions of questions and really guide me through the technical aspects of the system. while also helping me on the emotional side as well, on how to keep my cool when you feel like the sky is falling. So this is where I really found my love for finding solutions to complicated problems. I remember spending hours on end focusing on specific issues, really trying to understand what in the world was going on. And it's also where I learned that there's nothing like applying yourself to able to allow you to understand how something works and unravel that puzzle. And the reward of figuring out underlying issues and delivering solutions to those problems was extremely fulfilling. So I went on to do this role as a support consultant for around 5 years, and I really did enjoy every challenging puzzle each time. But on reflection on that journey, I realized that while my nature is to be nervous about things I don't know or don't understand, my personal and my professional life seems to keep throwing that unknown at my face, but I still manage to navigate my way through it. And I hope that's what you take away from this, that there is always a way. So as my technical skills developed over the 5 years, I started to get more drawn towards managing customers and building strong professional relationships with them, really understanding their needs and the ways we can address them better while leveraging what I learned so far in my technical journey. And this is what led to the second stage in my career, which brings me to my third realization, is learning to leverage the power of information. So I had just come back to Colombo after finishing a 3-month stint in China, taking you back to my story now. And we had given post-go live support for one of our customers, and it was their last rollout. So I was happy to be back home. And my boss met with me, and he put forward an idea, and he asked me, Sajani, why don't you consider playing a role as a support manager for the ANZ region? And it was a very exciting opportunity, because I thought with my ground level knowledge of what I see our customers are looking for and things internally that we could tweak that could make life easier for consultants to deliver solutions to customers. But that's what really drew me. Again, it wasn't a path that I was qualified to do, but what drew me was being able to have a say in how things could be structured internally and externally, and how I wanted to manage that as well. So the next day I told him that I would take the job. So when I started out, actually at the time, there were no other female support managers for me to work with as mentors. But I wasn't at a loss. My boss was an amazing mentor. He really took the time to teach me the ropes. And he had a lot of patience to break things down to me in a way that I could understand the underlying thought process of why we do what we do, or why do we manage particular situations a certain way. And coming back a few steps, when I started the transition from consultant to manager, I went from actively directly managing one person to going into a team of 15. So it wasn't a walk in the park. I had to redefine my role with colleagues that I had worked with, people who joined with me, or even seniors, and the stakes were really high. Because we were establishing ourselves in the region aggressively and already supporting one of the largest dairy and cheese manufacturers in Australia, whose own business was also rapidly growing. So, of course, when I started the transition between the role from consultant to manager, I couldn't really let go of being a consultant very easy. So I was still doing some consulting on the side. And I was on a call with a user from Australia. And I had just given her a workaround solution for one of her problems that she had. She wasn't too happy, although the outcome was the same. She wasn't happy because she had to do a few more clicks than she was used to. So I was trying to meet her halfway and really understand, okay, why is this causing her so much frustration? And she told me something so profound. She's like, in our company, they have instilled the idea in us that if you're going to do something right, you do it right the first time. I remember being so blown away because it was such a simple thing, but it was so profound, and At that stage is where I really started to wonder, how did I know as a manager if I was doing things the best possible way I could for my team? So that's where I really decided to turn and make use of the vast abyss of information that's available to us online. And as many of you on the other side of the screen, I was fortunate enough to grow up in a generation where we inherently had to adapt to new technologies. You know, when I started in high school, we used floppy disks and then we moved to flash drives. I used dial-up internet that made you want to rip your hair out and tested your patience, to broadband connections. So by this, I mean that adapting to new technologies and changing ways wasn't something completely alien to me. So while that's true, I do think that sometimes we forget the power of the internet and the information that we have available. You know, it's connected us with people from all walks of life with different experiences and valuable insights to share. So I found that every time that I was posed with a problem, process or people management related, I would read up on case studies, approaches, techniques, even blogs from people who had similar, if not the same problem that I did. And curiosity was really the big driver for me at this stage of my career. So to give you an example of where you made use of the internet, we had a problem where, because the region was growing so rapidly, we were trying to build capacity. And we found that our senior resources were getting really strapped for time because the juniors would go directly to the senior resources when they had a question. So it gave them less time to do their own work. And when I turned to the internet, I started to read up on different approaches and ways that we could maybe resolve this. And I learned about tiered operating structures. So how that works is that you break up a team based on experiences into tiers. And if a junior was stuck on an issue, you would encourage them to collaborate amongst themselves and then speak to the next most experienced resource before going to the senior most resource. So this empowered the other junior resources to take more accountability and ownership, and also ensured a continuous learning process. So that was just one example of what I could learn purely based on the research and information that was available. And that's what I want you to take away from this. If you want to learn how to code, if you want to learn how to configure an application, there's definitely a video, a forum, an article, or something out there that will give you the fundamentals and how to do it. So my advice to you is to leverage this. Keep learning and stay curious. And you need to be okay with things not always going according to plan, because you often find yourself in situations where you're trying something new, and that persistence to keep trying and researching a problem and to getting it to work is what is important. At this stage, failure will actually be your best friend. So taking it back to the journey, 2 years fast forward, and with the onset of COVID, we actually started working remotely from day one. And I really found it difficult to engage with my team. I couldn't read their expressions, to see the squint in their eye if they didn't understand what I was saying, or even touch base with them regularly. And while we started to work from home, our primary focus at the time was to maintain business as usual for our customers with minimal impact on delivery. But as we focused more on that side of things, we were able to see the impact it was having on the team's mental health as well. Which brings me to my fourth realization, is defining your unique leadership style. So that's when I really recognized the importance of paying more attention to the people management aspect of my job that I took for granted when I was working face-to-face with my team. And I don't need to tell you that COVID was a time of great uncertainty for everyone. We all fought our own battles during that time, or still are. And the problem was that there was so much fear and uncertainty in the beginning that it really took a toll on everybody's mental health. So I really needed to find a way to be more virtually engaging with my team and to be more available to them. So not just professionally, but also at a personal level. And this took a lot of creativity, sometimes not always successful. But at the time, there was definitely no rule book for us to tell us how to manage this. And I think that was one of the hardest parts, knowing if you are doing enough. Did you probe the right questions? Do they feel comfortable enough to talk to you? And I believe that this was the time that we all realized the importance of mental health the world over. And it's important to know that if you aren't okay, it's absolutely critical not to discount the importance to take time for yourself and take a step back and regroup. So, to share another anecdote with you, I had a touch base with one of my reportees, and she's one of my senior resources who was tasked with the responsibility of building a team that's under her. And she didn't sound like her usual self, so those were the cues that I was looking for. She didn't sound like her bubbly self, and I asked her if she was okay and what was happening. And she said, Sajani, I don't know if I'm doing enough to lead my team. I don't know if I'm doing it the right way. And it's really demotivating. When she told me this, I can still remember the goosebumps that I felt when she said that to me, because it was such an eye-opener. The reason was that I realized that she had the same concerns that I did when I first started this role as a manager. So this is what got me into thinking that this year is the year that, or that year was the year that I wanted to build a self-sufficient team, in the sense that I wanted them to feel empowered to shape and influence their own teams, and while I was trying to figure this out, and also from the anecdote of my reportee, I found that as women, we are our worst critics. We're the first to blame ourselves when we make a mistake, and the one who usually gives credit to the entire team when a goal is accomplished, not really recognizing that we actually had a hand to play in its success. So it's been a struggle to find out the type of leader I wanted to be, and I don't think that journey is over yet. But with the guidance and support of my manager, my colleagues, a coach, and definitely Fortitude, I was able to at least define the fundamentals of how I wanted to lead my team. And this is what I figured out so far. I wanted to be able to create an atmosphere for my team where everybody felt safe to share their suggestions on better ways to do things because of what they see at a ground level, and to feel safe enough to raise concerns and ask questions and implement processes that actually incorporated their feedback. And I am an avid believer in my team understanding why things are done a certain way, where I can explain it, because I want to empower them just as my manager empowered me, to be able to decide for myself and understand the variables I need to consider when I need to make a decision. It's a long journey for sure, but it's definitely rewarding when you know you've had an impact and influenced someone's thought process at a personal level. But in reality, the representation of women at a managerial level in this industry is severely lacking, and there is so much power in the change that we can bring about just by increasing our presence in this industry. And it will pave a path that will be easier for the next generation and will only just get better with time. So that's what I hope that you'll see, that you don't need to know tech to make a change or have an impact on this industry. All you really need to do is to be motivated and have an open mind, and the rest will fall into place. So diverse representation at a management level is not just something that should be there because it's the right thing to do. While it is, it also actually makes good business sense. Innovation and technology needs to consider and adapt to everyone's needs. And one good example of where the lack of diversity pose a threat to safety are crash test dummies. So because this was a male-dominated industry, the dummies that were used to test airbags were built based on the male physique. And as you would expect, this resulted in women and children being more inclined to getting injured in an accident. So if you come to this juncture in your career, deciding about what type of leader you want to be, or if you're already there, figuring it out, you need to understand that it's definitely a learning process. And you need to remember to learn from everything that went wrong and also the things that went right. And it's okay if you don't get this right the first time, as long as you learn from each situation. So, if you're from Gen Y like me or Gen Z, who are notoriously seen as entitled or spoiled generation who had everything handed to us, I don't agree with that. In fact, it's a new world and we are shaping it. We're changing how we work, what work means to us, breaking down those traditional corporate structures, and we're leveraging remote working, working from coffee shops, working from co-working spaces, and defining how we want to work. So the fight is different. We're not fighting the same fight that our mothers or fathers did. We're building and we're pushing it forward. And if I had to leave you with a few things to keep in mind, just to recap what I just spoke about, it's this. Remember to unbox yourself and take a moment to realize that there are many opportunities in front of you and you have to choose to see it. And take risks. You really do have time. It's never too late to learn something new or try something new. And when you do, don't be afraid of not knowing it all. Leverage the information that we have at our fingertips. But you have to also realize that it's a learning process and that never stops. So you have to keep an open mind. But above all else, you need to reflect, reflect, reflect. And I don't think we do enough of this in our life. It's not just important at a professional level, but also a personal one. I mean, when is the last time you really took 5 minutes out of your day to think about how things went? What were you happy about? What could you have done better? What could I have done differently to get a different outcome? And it's not always easy to look at yourself as a third party. But what it does do is it makes you more conscious about the areas that you can improve and things that you do right and the things you can build on as well. So if at all I want you to take one thing from this, is that you must always remember to keep trying. So, thank you again, everybody. I hope I've given you something to think about. But if you have any questions, please feel free to drop it on the chat box and I'll get back to you. But I hope you have a fantastic evening. And thank you. That's a wrap.
Thank you so much, Sajini, for that wonderful session. We surely enjoyed it a lot. So we wish you all the very best for your future endeavors, and we wish you all the very best and all the good luck to climb up in your career ladder. So thank you again for joining us today. And folks, it is time for us to now see Gathering of courage is not as easy as we might think, especially as women in tech. It is imperative for us to hold on to every strand of courage that is possibly there. So, as you saw a moment ago on the flyer displayed, next up on our agenda is a session on gathering courage to try tech and entrepreneurship. To deliver this talk, an exceptional woman in tech is joining us at the moment. She is, ladies and gentlemen, in fact, the manager at GDG Karachi, Pakistan. So let us all welcome on screen our next speaker, Ms. Hira Tariq. Hira, we are super excited to have you with us here, and we really can't wait to listen to what you got to say for us. So without further ado, let's jump into your session. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Lanka. Can you let me know if you can hear me clearly, everyone?
Yes, you are clearly visible and audible.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Let me just share my screen. Okay, I hope everyone can see my screen, everyone. Lanka, can you see my screen?
Yes, Hira, we can see your screen.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for Women Techmakers Sri Lanka for inviting me here. And as Lanka told all of you guys that I am Hira Tariq, and I'll talk about. So I'm just for my introduction. I'm the manager at Google Developers Group, Karachi, and I work as an assistant manager startup community at National Incubation Center Karachi. So my core job is to plan trainings and mentorships and coachings for startup founders who are incubated in our incubation center. And we also plan different events where the startup founders can connect to corporate executives, and they can connect to investors as well. So I think to start off, just a little bit about my journey. I studied software engineering from University of Karachi. That's one of the biggest. That's actually the biggest cities in Pakistan. So whenever you come to Pakistan, do visit Karachi. So I studied software engineering here, and I've been living here since I was born. And then I was like very active in extracurricular activities, different societies of different universities, and so I realized that I'm passionate about giving back to the society, and helping people really makes me happy. So I continued this journey along with my studies. So I was volunteering with different societies and communities like WordCamp, IEEE, and a lot others. And then I eventually joined Google Developers Group, where I decided to stay, stay longer than most of my communities. So I eventually, I joined as a crew member, and then I got promoted as a co-manager, and now I'm basically managing the whole community. And it's just been 1 or 2 months to this. So yeah. in GDG Kolachi, like all Google Developers Group, we focus on promoting technology through our events and training programs and code labs. So yeah, we're doing that as well. And currently, I am working on a little side project, a side hustle that has to be launched very soon. So I love marketing and I love data analysis. So I'm working on a startup, something around that. And the love for creating something of my own started. When I got exposed to the startup community at the place I work at right now, which is National Incubation Center Karachi. So my core job is a lot to do with planning trainings and everything, but I also have to meet a lot of founders from different backgrounds. So they're very they're so founders of all ages basically. So I've met people of 9 years of age. I've met people who are founders, and I've met people who are 60 years of age and they're founders. So when I met such people, I realized that there is really no limit to what we're doing or finding a company, right? So really, if you feel like you want to experiment with something new, if you want to start a side hustle, if you want to start up, you really should stop thinking that what might go wrong. You should start thinking of what might go right when you're experimenting with an idea. So I was just thinking around that since quite a few months, and then I finally decided that I should start experimenting with my own startup. So moving ahead, I would really like to talk about the courage that we sometimes, as women especially, lack to try new things, right? So I remember when I started studying software engineering, I was very afraid to try development. And I was very afraid to start a new project. I was afraid to start a company when I was graduated and I was working with founders directly. I was just afraid to experiment. And after a while, and after my success coach suggested me, and she really motivated and pushed me, and all of the people, wonderful founders that I meet every day, they pushed me to start something of my own. I finally decided to give it a go. So yes, it takes a lot of courage and a lot of decisions to actually come down to one decision and really start experimenting. So I really wanted to talk about today. I really wanted today talk about what entrepreneurship is, and why should we do it, and why should we do it, and then we'll just go through a very little very basic activity to start off a basic startup, right? So what would you need when you're starting off a business or a startup as an entrepreneur, right? So can you all tell me what is entrepreneurship in the comments? If like whatever definition that you have in your mind, just leave it in the comments, and I would love to have this um, you know very conversational. So just let me know whenever you leave the comments, and I'll wait for a minute for all of you to leave comments in the section. Okay, so I okay, so moving forward, I think nobody wants to give it a try on what entrepreneurship is. I'll let everyone know what my definition of entrepreneurship is. So, entrepreneurship for me is solving a problem and solving it in a way that you can earn profit out of it as well, right? So, it's not just a business, but you're actually solving a problem of your society, right? I've met a lot of women founders, I've a lot of male founders, and all of them have taught me different things, right? And I realized after meeting them only that my school did not teach me these things. So when you're starting off, just remember that if you're thinking short term, you're on the wrong path, right? So, for example, if you want to start a very simple services business, right? And you're a techie, right? And you're a product manager, and you want to start a product management company. You want to sell product management services, and you want to start it off in like in the next month. So you plan and everything, and you start, and then you start expecting profit and revenue in the very next month. That's I'm not saying that it's impossible. It is possible, but it's very rare, right? So you don't really you don't really become a billionaire the very next day you start your own company, right? So you have to keep in mind that you have to think long term, right? So whatever you're investing in today will help you in your future, in the long term, in the long run, right? And one thing more that I realized, that you have to be very, very motivated. So you need to really know what is your why to start a company, right? So if your why is not as important to you, or you're not motivated towards your why, you really wouldn't know, you really wouldn't be motivated enough to jump in and start something of your own, right? So there's also a book on the book's name is Start with Why, or Find Your Why, something like that. It's Simon Sinek. Do give it a read of that book, and that will really give you a starting point to think why you're doing it, why you're doing what you're doing, right? So that's very important. Um, Another thing that I learned from founders that I've met and worked with was dropping out does not mean that you're the next Steve Jobs. So you can drop out of your university, sure, if you feel like that your university is not benefiting you in the way it should be, or your college is not as good as it should be, you can drop out, sure. But don't think that if you drop out, you will become Steve Jobs the very next day, right? So that wouldn't really help if you're not actually motivated enough, if you don't know where you're going, right? Um, and then procrastination. So discipline is very important. Just because you're starting your business, you need to realize that you have no boss, right? The only boss you have is yourself. And you have to be very honest with yourself, right? So if you're not honest with yourself and you're procrastinating and you're putting off work, you will really lose on time, and your product might be a team who is working on the same product as you are working on, and they might launch before you, and they might raise a funding before you. So yeah, these are very few things that I learned while I was meeting a few founders. Yeah, and moving forward, so these are a few tips that I'd like to share, that you that actually will help you gather the courage to start entrepreneurship, to start a business, right? So it's very uh, if we break it down into simple steps, it's very easy to digest, right? So that is what I want to do over here. You can also write these points down, and so it's supposed to be an activity, but because this is virtual and online and I just have 30 minutes for this activity, so I won't be able to do the activity right now. But what you can do is, you can write down points with the talk only. So first thing that while when you're starting an entrepreneurship, your entrepreneurship journey, you need to know that what is the problem that you're solving, right? So um, your problem should be very, very specific, very, very clear. What is the problem that you're solving? And how big is the problem? So it's very important that it is an actual problem, right? It is not a problem just to you, right? So, for example, for example, Uber. So, as a woman, it's very hard in my country to get out of our home and find a taxi and then go from one place to another, because there are a lot of different issues that that are related to our safety in our country, right? So we're very afraid that we might get mugged, we might get maybe kidnapped or whatever, right? So um, Uber solved this whole problem, right? We were also, as a woman, I was also afraid of going with someone, right? So if I was sitting in a taxi, I did not know who the person was, and I was not comfortable in going with a stranger. But now, what Uber did, Uber solved 3 4 problems by one solution, right? So what they did was that they um, they managed to bring a taxi on our doorstep, right? First thing, they managed to make us feel comfortable as women, make us feel comfortable with who we are going, right? So now we know the person who we're going with, even though they're strangers, but we have their details and everything, so we know that that person cannot really mess with us, right? And there are a lot of number of different problems that Uber really solved, right? So just to start off, you could write the solution of the problem with your team, whoever your team is, in 5 lines, and that should be it, right? So you get a problem of 1 2 lines or maybe more. You think about it, you discuss with the team, and then you actually brainstorm solutions on that, right? So you brainstorm anywhere with your team and think about how can you solve that problem, right? There's a term called design thinking, to actually come up with a solution for a specific problem. You can actually do a design thinking sprint for solving that problem or to finding a solution to that problem. So once you brainstorm all the pointers, you can just cut down to the priorities and to the main features that you really want to, add into your product as a solution, right? So that would just help you prioritize the features that you have to add, and that would just um, help you make the solution into 3 to 5 lines. That's it. So yeah, and so you need to realize that what the main features of your product are, right? So for example, when Kareem or Uber were launched, their main feature was to take you from one point and drop you at the other point, right? And then they added more features to the application, which was in the MVP in the other MVPs, right? So MVP one. Their MVP one was very basic. If you remember, if you could think about it, it was very basic and very precise. So to start off, you can write 3 5 features, main features that you have to add in your app when once you've listed down the solution, and then you can list down the features as well. So this is a very important thing to think about while you're starting anything actually. Who is your target audience? So who are you building for? So for Uber, it was, if you think about it, it was mostly women who had to travel from one point to another point, and if we think about it in a more concise way or precise way, um, their target audience was working women, because working women have to travel from one point to the other point to their office every single day, and so they thought about those women, and then they developed solutions around that, right? So whenever you're planning or brainstorming about your target audience, you have to think about a few things, right? So first thing, that where do they live, how old are they, what is their gender, what profession or background do they belong to. So these are very basic questions that you can think about and just come up with a target audience that you really know that, okay, this is my audience and have to target this, right? And everyone else doesn't really matter. So for Uber, people who don't use taxis really didn't matter, right? So they're not their target audience to start off with, right? So if you have to remember one thing, if you're thinking that everyone is your target audience, you're wrong. You should think about it, and you should discuss it with your team, because if you're actually targeting everyone, you're targeting no one, right? You cannot run after two bunnies at the same time. So you need to remember that your target audience should be one and very precise and very targeted, so that your marketing, your go-to-market plan, your marketing, and your solutions are based around that specific audience only. So two things, right? Two very important things when you're planning the target audience. One is the demographics that I've written over here, and then the psychographics that you have to think about while you're thinking about the target audience. Okay, so another very important thing that you need to remember when you're starting off, that who is your competition, right? So for Uber, Kareem is their competition. It's very simple as that. Um, Whenever you're starting or thinking about an idea, one of my mentors told me that when you're thinking about an idea, there's someone else in the world who is thinking about the same idea as you are thinking about at the same time. So that's how ideas are. So ideas come and go, and until you execute them, and the way you execute them really helps you stand out from your competition, right? So um, Uber and Kareem are two different competitions, right? So two different businesses, and they're in competition with each other. So for starters, you can search about one company that has the same business model as you do, or the same proposition as you do. Then you can actually um, think about what they're doing, and how are you better, and how different are you, right? So for example, if Uber, let's say, is providing services for you to travel from one place to another, and Kareem comes in and Kareem starts doing the same, right? But what if Kareem is doing it with monthly packages? So with Uber, you cannot have monthly subscriptions, but with Kareem, you can. So that's the one of their value proposition or extra benefit that they're giving. Um, and what else? So maybe they're also giving a feature where you can order food at home. So they're also offering food delivery as well in just one app. So that makes them better. That makes Kareem better than Uber, because they're giving two extra benefits over just sorry, traveling. So yeah, we talked about value proposition. Value proposition is simple as that. That how what's extra benefit that are what is the extra benefit that you're giving to the customer? What extra value that you are providing that really helps you stand out of the crowd and stand out of your competition, or the pool of your competition, right? So um, one thing that I really love about startups and businesses, and I really admire about founders as well, is that they research a lot. So when you're starting off, you need to realize that you need to research a lot, because if you don't know who your competition is, you really wouldn't know where you're going. You wouldn't know if there is a competition that exists, and if they're offering the same thing as you are, you really wouldn't know how are you better than them, or are you better, are you even better or not, right? So I would suggest that you should research a lot before starting off, so you can actually keep a monthly goal. Like, so to start off, I will research on 2 weeks. I will research on the problem. 2 weeks I will research on the solution. um, 3 weeks I will research on the competition and stuff like that. So it will just help you broaden your horizon and your perspective about what businesses are and how they're running, and how you can be better to start off. Yeah. So apart from all the questions and all the things that a business offers, entrepreneurship, usually businesses are, they're not creating as big of an impact as a startup is usually, right? So the major difference between a startup and a business is that startups run on a 10x speed, right? So the startups expect that they will grow 10x at the end of the year, but businesses are not as much, right? So they grow 2x, right? So in the very same way, because the startup founders are keen to create an impact when they're starting off, they're keen to solve a problem when they're starting off. Um, businesses are businesses are not doing the same, right? So usually, every startup has a huge impact on the society whenever they're whatever they're doing with whatever they're doing, whatever wherever they're going. So to start off, you can list 3 ways your business or product would impact your target audience, or the people that you're targeting. And the most important thing to think about is that how will you earn money, right? So generating apart from everything else, it's very important that you know where you will earn money and how will you earn money, right? So if you have a product, and getting one customer on board is a big achievement. Really, it's a big achievement. So if you start planning from today about your startup, and you think about, I want to solve this problem through this product. I have this product, and I want to solve this problem. And then you think about how this app will be built, what features are there to add in. Then you get stuck on how to earn money, because there are a lot of people out there who really fail, or just don't know how to earn money out of that, right? So you need to research and think about ways uh, in how you can earn money. So one thing that I learned from my research and meeting founders is that when you're researching on your competition, you can check out their business model. So their business model canvas is the key how they're earning money, right? So the business model canvas is a canvas which has all the most important key factors of your business, right? So your key relationships, your customers, your target audience, everything in just one page, right? So in just one canvas. So um, you can check that out of other businesses or other competitions, to just to get an idea of how they're generating revenue and how they're selling and how they're actually reaching out to their customers, right? Okay, so to finish off, you can also start brainstorming of the features that you will add in future, right? So, for example, if I am working on a product which is connecting students, mentors, and teachers, right? So, corporate mentors, people who are working in the corporate, and then I'm connecting students, college and university students, and then I'm connecting a few teachers tech teachers who are teaching tech on one platform, right? So I have to keep in mind what main features will I have in the application, and then I will launch with these main features. So core features can be um, a core feature could be connecting, reaching out to mentors and teachers, right? A core feature could be a forum where all the teachers and teachers, mentors, and students could come and talk together at any day of any time of the day. And this would be my MVP one, right? So my minimum viable product number one. And then when I launch this and when I test this with the customers, are the students interested? Are the mentors interested? Are the teachers interested to use this? When I see that they're interested, okay, I can actually take the idea, take the application, and then actually rethink what I can add more to this application, right? So what features can I add more? What can I do better, right? So you can think about it, and then you can brainstorm, go through that same process, brainstorm, prioritize, and then add those features in, and then you can launch the MVP, second MVP of your application as well. And so I would like to end my talk with this quote, that you get in life what you have the courage to ask for. And I think this is very important as to understand as women. Even I wouldn't give any other example. I'll give my own example. I'm very afraid to jump into something new, and I see most women are, and it's because of a lot of different things that happen around us. It's just that this year I decided, I actually saw our International Women's Day 2022 theme, which was progress not perfection. So I realized that this theme really goes with how what kind of a person I am. And so I really like perfection, and I ignore all the progress that I've made in life, and I'm making in life. And so I always want to be perfect all the time, every time, right? So now my motto has become progress and not perfection, and I've embraced it. I embrace it every day. I remind that to myself every single day, that I have to progress, and I don't have to be perfect. And that has actually made me a bit courageous, right? So I'm trying out new things. I'm jumping in things that I'm not familiar with. I'm literally a newbie in those fields, but I'm actually trying them out. So yeah, I would suggest you do the same. If you're a techie, please do try out, try building a startup. If you feel like you really want to do something of your own, if you want to have a side hustle, it could be anything. And yeah, let me know if this was helpful. Let me know if you have any questions, and yeah, we can wrap this up. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you so much, Shira, for that wonderful session. We hope that you will keep on collaborating with the WTM Sri Lanka in the future as well. It was an absolute pleasure to have you with us here at the Women Techmakers International Women's Day Sri Lanka 2022.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. Bye.
You're very welcome. Thank you for joining us again. So, folks, it is again a time for us to see what's next up on our agenda. So, folks, is mobile app development your thing? Have you ever used Flutter to develop your own project or to come up with a solution at a hackathon? If so, that is really awesome. That is so cool of you. And if not, you don't have to worry because we've got you covered here right now. So joining us at the moment for the next talk is Ms. Manisha Arandi, a mobile app development freelancer, and she will talk on the topic of building blocks to Flutter. So ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome our next speaker, in fact, our final speaker for the day, Manisha on screen. Manisha, it is delightful to have you with us here as our final speaker to talk on such a trendy technology. So let's get on with your session. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Trividya. Hi, can you guys hear me? Trividya?
Yes, Manisha, you're perfectly audible and visible.
Yeah, sorry for the earlier drop.
That's totally cool. We understand.
Yeah. Just give me 2 minutes. Trividya, can you see my screen now?
Yes, it is now visible. So yeah, we can see your screen.
Okay. Okay, so as in the introduction, I am a mobile developer. Now, currently I'm working as a freelancing mobile developer. Now, it's nearly 4 years I'm working on Flutter as a mobile developer. Previously, I worked in Quality Apps as a mobile lead, mainly on Flutter. So I'm going to talk about my journey with Flutter to give a guide to start with Flutter, so you can enjoy the session. So I'll show you the roadmap to the today's session, and I'm going to tell you what is Flutter if you haven't heard about that before, and why we should choose Flutter, what are the benefits, and how do we need to manage our resources like assets, JSON files, and etc., and the null safety, and why they have chosen Dart as the programming language to Flutter, and what are widgets. So mainly I will focus on these things today, and also another important facts that you will need to know while developing. I will help you with that. So let's see what is Flutter. Earlier, it was Google's mobile app development framework. It was only for Android and iOS, but now it's also for web, desktop, and embedded devices as well. But I'm mostly engaging on mobile development, so I know mostly about Android and iOS. I have a little bit experience in web as well, so I will help you more with mobile application development. And so, what makes Flutter special? It's a modern reactive framework, and the development tools are really fast. As you can see, the hot reload, hot restart, and everything is really fast. And there's also a ready-made Flutter widgets. Also, already they have styled them, so you don't have to worry much about the styling. Building UI is really fast with Flutter. So you will definitely enjoy creating UIs with Flutter. And as I said earlier, it's hot reload is there. It means when you run an application on your emulators or your devices, you just need to save the code and it will hot reload in just in milliseconds. So you can see the changes in your simulators and devices. So and also there's the hot restart. For some functions, hot reload is not enough. Just for small UI changes, you can use this hot reload. But for some changes, you need the hot restart. I will show you definitely what is hot reload and what is hot restart. And there's a fully customizable widgets already, or they have given us already styled set of widgets, but also they are available for the customization. So you can customize and build your own widget as you need. So there's a single code base for both iOS and Android. So for each platform, your code will compile into the machine code and it will save a lot of time of yours. So and the most important thing is the expressive, beautiful UI in Flutter. So there's a built-in material design and Cupertino widgets. Material design is mostly suitable for Android and Cupertino widgets for iOS, but always you don't need to write that separately. If you think this should look like differently, this should look like more native in iOS, so you can use this Cupertino widgets. Otherwise, material design will do the thing for both iOS and Android, and you can easily design with material package. It's coming as inbuilt one, so you don't need to add it separately. You just need to import the material package. And there's a smooth natural scrolling with Flutter for both platforms, and some critical platform differences as notifications, and also even the back button. It will see the different. You can see the different when you add the normal back button. It will look differently, much native in iOS, and it will look native in Android. Two buttons. So this is just a simple example. You can also see other critical platform differences with this platform awareness as well. So I'm going to talk about this PubSpec YAML. It's a very important file. I will show you what's that. It's written in YAML. And the most important thing you have to know, it's support indentation. So the indentation is really important when you add something in our PubSpec YAML. This is where we add all our resources like assets, JSON files, where you get some data, and fonts as well. When you create a new Flutter project with your IDE, it will automatically give you this PubSpec YAML file with some code line commented. So the assets and fonts are added as an example. So you can remove those comments and add your assets to them. And also the packages. Not everything in the inbuilt framework, we can't use that for everything. We definitely need other packages as well. So there's a huge contributors in our Flutter community. So they have already shared their packages. So you can take their packages and see, use them, and they have made your life really easy with these packages. So all of these packages are published into pub.dev. So there are two types of packages actually. Some of them are in written in Dart, only Dart. So we call them as packages. And then there are also plugins. That means we have written them in natively in Android, maybe Kotlin or Java. In iOS, maybe Objective-C or Swift. We connect them to our Flutter code through a method channel from our Dart code. So we call them as plugins. So this is the link I will show you. This is our pub.dev. You can see Flutter favorites here. The GDE team will mark them as Flutter favorites. So you can see most popular packages. What are the most popular packages they're using? Top Flutter packages. And as an example, if you go to this device info, this is how it looks like. So you can see the README, what are the usages, a few little example codes, and the other important things that you have to give from natively, like permissions. They will definitely state here. And you can also see the likes and pub points and popularity. Pub points means that they are giving points for the code build and something like that. The popularity is the most important thing I think you have to check, because you can see how many people have checked that, how many people have liked this. So you don't have to worry about choosing it in your application. So you can see who have developed that. And now, since now we have Flutter have moved to null safety, I think you always should check whether there's the null safety support, and also you have to check when they have published this, and is this something usually updating. So you have to check something like that. And examples, they will give, most of the plugins they will give a small example, so you can check that. And here you can see how do you install the package. So it's really easy. You have to take this part and put it in your pubspec YAML file, as I said earlier. So this is the pub.dev. Feel free to visit there and check. So you see. Okay, the next thing is assets. So we call sometimes them as resources. So the assets may be your images and some other JSON files, including some data for your package that you don't need to get them from the network. So you can keep them locally and access it through this pubspec YAML file. And icons and images, anything, we have to add them to our pubspec YAML file. So just like this, it will be commented already when you look at them, and you can uncomment and use like this. You can add the specific name and access with the. You can add the directory name. If you add the assets folder, then you can add assets / your image name. And if you have added any other directory, you can add this, add that like this. So directly / if you need to, if you add like this with this /, you can access all the files inside that directory from your code. Subdirectory is same. So in mobile development, responsive UI is really important. So Flutter gives us some expandable flex widgets. Expanded and flex plays a major role in that. So when you use that, it will automatically expand your screen and gives you a responsive UI. But sometimes that's not enough. So you have to use media queries and orientation builder, especially for when you are adding separate UIs for portrait and landscape. So all these other things, other widgets will help you to make responsive UIs. So aspect ratio, fitted box, fraction size box, these are small examples. So let's talk about animation a little bit. I can't give you much information because we have limited time. I will just tell you what are the main types of animations we have in Flutter. We have tween animation and physics-based animation. In tween animation, as it's a name, it's defined beginning and ending points. You have to give the beginning and ending point and the timeline and a curve. Examples are in our flutter.dev site, so you can visit there and check these examples. And physics-based animation is that motion is modeled according to real-world behavior. So that's the difference between tween animation and physics-based animation. Also, there are examples for these things. Physics-based animations as well in our flutter.dev site. And I will tell you a little bit about Dart. Dart is our programming language that they have used to create our Flutter framework. So it's an object-oriented language. So if you are coming from a JavaScript, Java, or any other language, it won't be hard to learn Dart because it will be very similar for that languages. You can try that. And it's a very terse and strongly typed one. So always you have to, I think you should add the data type because it's a strongly typed and you can get that benefit. If you, maybe there are times that you can't give the type, so we can use the dynamic type as well. So it's better always to use the type since this is a strongly typed language. And this is a special thing in Dart because it helps you in just-in-time compilation and ahead-of-time compilation. It means when we use the hot reload, it will recompile directly on the device. That will allow us to hot reload our application. And when we use the hot restart or full startup, it will quickly, in a fast way, it will compile the code, native code, to directly to the native. It will compile the code directly to the native code. So it will lead to a fast startup. So, and it has proved that it gives you a performance both in development and in production. So that's why they have used that. So let's talk a little bit about widgets. So widgets are the building blocks to Flutter. Actually, nearly everything is a widget. So when you create a stateless class, stateful class, I will tell you what is that. And a simple text, column, container, anything, everything is a widget. So you can use this to create a beautiful UI, and it's really easy. So text, row, column, containers, and stack are very basic. So when you need to stack something, like you have to need add two containers, one top of the another. So you can use this stack, and there's also a position widget, so you can give the exact position where the other widget should place in your stack, like that. So box decoration, textile, padding, size box, and everything. They are also widgets that we use them to style our UI. So list view, grid view, and single scroll view, they will give you a scrollable view, and expanded flex for the responsiveness. Inkwell and gesture detector, they will give you tappable widgets. So you can, the Inkwell give you a ripple effect, but gesture detector, it won't show any ripple effect. So these are really easy to use. So if your application is really small and it's not much growing, if you're so sure about that, you can just use set state, but it's also not a best way to use the state management. If you need to do some state change in your application, it's really good to use a state management package, separate package. So provider is a very great package to use, and Riverpod is also a improved version of the provider, and block pattern is also so many people are using. So it will give you a very clean look to your code, and it will make your state management easy. As an example, if you use provider, when you keep some state in your provider class, so with the change notifier widget, you can change all the add some change to that state, and you can notify all the other widgets, and they can listen from any other screen. So you don't have to change, you don't have to go and change every screen. So you can change the state from one place and access it from any screen you want. So set state is not a good and better way to use, but it's not that complicated because Google have provided it as an inbuilt solution. So you can do some research and see what is the best state management for you, what is the best state management for your application, so you can choose. Navigation is also very easy with Flutter. So this is how you push another route to your navigation stack, and it will use the context and the current state of your widget tree. So this is the second route that you need to navigate. So you can add like this. If you need to remove all the other screens in your stack, navigation stack, you can also have another solution like push remove until solution. So there are many things. This is the basic solution, so you can go and check. And this is the navigator pop context, because we have push another route to our navigation stack. You can easily pop and go back to the previous screen. So this is our flutter.dev. This is the main resource that we have. So you can go and check what are the things that you have in our Flutter official site. These are the docs that you have. I will go there. And you can see they get started. They have helped you even to set up an editor. Mostly I prefer Android Studio, and so many people like VS Code as well. So you can write your first step from here and you can get that experience. So if you are from another platform like native development, React Native, any other things, they have also prepared helpful documents, so you can refer to them, see what is the difference between these two languages, two frameworks, and you can understand what should I map, what was I using before, now this is what I need to do, so what how to map those changes. You can read these documents and get an idea. And cookbook is a really important thing. I'm not going to talk about everything, but cookbook and samples, and also we have a set of code labs as well, so you can go there and check. Cookbook is the most important thing. It will gives you a small examples just with a little description, so you can go and check. So these are the very simple ones. So networking is really important. You can go there and you can see how to fetch data, how to pass JSON in the background. Definitely you can go there and check. So even there's a simple demo for WebSockets as well. So, and also for testing, integration testing, unit testing, there's also a set of examples with what are the packages that you have to use with instructions like that. So I will create a small application with Android Studio. So according to my version, it will look like this. So I'm gonna add a new Flutter project. You have to add the plugin to Android Studio, then it will looks like this, Flutter plugin and Dart plugin. And then you can create a new Flutter project like this. So I'm gonna add this. So these are the supported languages, Kotlin and Swift. If you are familiar with Java and Objective-C, you should check these boxes. So default, it will be good like this. So I'm gonna finish it. To give you this README. This is the lib file. This is the iOS file automatically created. This is the Android one. So this is our PubSpec YAML file written in YAML. So this is where you have to add the dependencies. These are the dependencies. This is where you have to add your packages, just like your Puccino icons. And if they have told you that you have to add this as a dev dependency, then you have to add it under this one. So as I said, this is commented assets and images. You can use like this. Fonts, you can add few fonts, and before that you have to add downloaded fonts into your assets folder. I will also create asset folder to show you. You have to put all your assets here. Now you can also add subdirectories like images and fonts, anything you like. So this is the main .dart. They will give you a default example for increment and decrement value of a counter. So I'll just delete this. This is how you add your main function. So there are not. This is the material .dart that you have to import for every file. So if you are doing if you are not doing any kind of state change, you have to use stateless widgets that it won't do any state change, like let's see, a button change your UI with a button click, change some radio button state, like that. If you are not doing anything like that, you have to use stateless widget. Otherwise, if you are not using any kind of state management method, you have to use stateful widget and do the set state there. So there's a shortcut for stateless. So you can create like this. So since they have given us the set of material widgets, we can wrap it with material app, and I'm gonna add a title and a home, any screen. Since I haven't created my hello world to look like this, so I need another status. So I will create the hello world class here. This is unlinked error. It will show the best practices, and you can add a constant modifier here. So we can't use just a container here because I need an app bar and a body. So I will add a scaffold that already built UI widget. So inside that scaffold, you can see what are the parameters that you can use here. So I will add this app bar without any title for now. So the body, just a container. And I will add a child text to show a hello world text. It will show you this kind of error. So you don't need a container here because it's unnecessary, and it will give you, it will make your application screen heavy. So you can see what are the parameters inside this, and you can go inside that. And if the link error is suggesting like that, so you have to remove that. If you are using this for adding a color, you can add colors like this to give you a set of colors. You can also add this as RGBO colors and hex colors as well. Since this is a constant, you can add this as a constant as well. This is the simulator I'm using. You can see the Xcol build is done. That's really fast. And this is our hot reload button. As you can see, apply a simple change. Can hit the hot reload button or just Control S. You can see it will automatically reload. And this is this will run a hot restart if you add a new asset and something like that. So you can hit this hot restart button. It will also really fast. it will also load it really fast. So you can also wrap like this with option enter. You can wrap with another one. You can see even padding is another widget, so you can add the padding. You see we have to add this center, so we will add this constant. We'll move this constant to here like this. It's really easy. So if you need to add some rows and columns, and it's really easy to use them, and they are not much as heavy. There are not much heavy widgets, so it won't impact your performance. So since we have a limited time, I can't give you much more details. So if you need any kind of help more than this, you can send me an email to kmerandi25@gmail.com. And I'm also a Medium writer, so you can find my articles there. If you have any questions, you need any help with NIF developments, I can also write articles with demo projects, so you can get help from them. I'm always happy to help if that's something I know. So thank you very much for your time. And thank you so much. Trividya?
Thank you so much, Manisha, for that wonderful session on Flutter. I'm sure the audience, I hope I'm audible. So the audience, I'm sure all of us learned many new things from you. We really appreciate you being here, and your presence means the world for us, for all of us here at WTM Sri Lanka. And thanks again for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, folks, so we have progressively reached the end of Women Techmakers International Women's Day Sri Lanka 2022. So it has been a pleasure spending the day with you. We had many useful sessions from the beginning of our program, and I hope it was fruitful for all of you. And as I said previously, for those who were actively engaged throughout the session, there will be a pack of surprises, a pack of valuable swags waiting for you. Our team will contact you, so don't worry, and then we will confirm your identity, and we will confirm your credentials and send you your pack of swags. So we hope to meet you again in the next year as well to celebrate the International Women's Day with all of you. So until then, before that, we will be having many more sessions as well. But until we meet you again, we hope that all of you will stay safe and will stay healthy. So have a good night.